the cradle of humanity, the frontier of the future, a land of visionaries, creators and pioneers, a continent of unstoppable energy where innovation meets tradition, where voices rise, loud and fearless.
I am an African.
This is the heartbeat of a billion people, diverse, bold, united by a single purpose to tell our own stories in our own way. No borders, no barriers, no filters. A new era of African storytelling is here. From every corner of the continent, from the bustling cities to the quiet village, we tell Africa's story by Africans for the world. This is the land of a rising Africa, where Africa speaks and the world listens. This is why today we bring you POA, Pulse of Africa. African social media influencers have gathered in Addis Ababa, the diplomatic capital of the continent. They are here for a greater purpose, to explore ways of reshaping Africa's narrative. Organized by Pulse of Africa, POA and AGA Tech Enterprise, this two-day summit officially kicked off this morning. Beyond the discussions, influencers will also explore some of Addis Ababa's most iconic sites, such as Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Institute, the Adwa Victory Memorial Museum, the Coffee Park, and others. Hello and a very warm welcome. This is our special live stream focusing on the African Social Media Influencer Summit happening right now in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. I am Zalalem Ibeltal, joined by my colleague Gamech Samandida. Stay with us and be part of this amazing conversation. Gamech Samandida, a very warm welcome and a very good morning to you.
Thank you. You too.
Yeah, today, like I said in the beginning, African Social Media Influencer Summit has just been kicked off in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, the political and diplomatic heartbeat of the continent. I know you are very much excited to share your excitement, amusement, and information regarding the super important continental summit, African Social Influencers, Social Media Influencer Summit, which has begun in Addis Ababa. What interests you the most, Gamech?
Well, as you say, I'm quite excited to have these interesting people in Addis Ababa. Well, we know most of them on social media, especially TikTok, YouTube, and others. Well, when you see, just their work and become excited, happy, and when you see them, physically face to face, especially, coming to your own country, that is, a very interesting thing. And I'm very excited and I'm happy that, well, this ASMIS 2026 considers the realization that social media these days is so important and its impact is so huge. Well, opposed to the mainstream media such as television and radio, these days we see impactful works, projects, creativities being transmitted, through social media platforms. And so when you have, these people here in Addis Ababa, and then allow them to come all together and find ways, to enhance their work is, a very interesting thing. And I'm really happy, I'm really excited that these people are in Addis Ababa. And the fact that, of course, social media, the platform itself is being given, such an attention.
Yeah, we'll discuss about social media narratives and the contributions of these social media influencers of Africa bit by bit in our conversation. But let us mention some of the African social media influencers which have already arrived and be part of this amazing continental summit. Tenge Tenge of Uganda, Wodi Maya of Ghana, for example, Dilish Mati of Namibia, Zero Brainer of Tanzania, William Last of Botswana, Adona of Ethiopia, and many others have already been part of this super important continental summit, African Social Media Influencer Summit, or ASMIS in short, ASMIS 2026. ASMIS has brought together more than 200 social media influencers across Africa, from South Africa to, from the south to north, from east to west part of Africa. Many social media influencers have been here in Addis Ababa, and they will pay a visit to so many iconic places in Addis Ababa. For example, they're going to visit, they are visiting right now, by the way, Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Institute, Adwa Victory Memorial Museum, Coffee Park and other iconic places in Addis Ababa. This is just to give a glimpse into the city. This is just to create a picture of Africa. We have said that Addis Ababa is the political, cultural and diplomatic heartbeat of the continent. So visiting these kind of iconic places in Addis Ababa will give them a glimpse into Africa, because one of the reasons that social media influencers are here in Addis Ababa at the political center of Africa is, to have a deeper knowledge of Africa, to share their knowledge, to share their experience, to share their exposure of their respective countries, so that they can have a deeper understanding, a deeper grasp of the continent. And we know Addis Ababa is the political heartbeat of the continent, Organization of African Unity. Since that very organization of African Unity, Addis Ababa has continued to be the political center of the continent, and they can visit lots of iconic places in Addis Ababa. And right now they have been visiting many places, and they have started their visit in the morning by Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Institute. By the way, this is the first of its kind in Africa. Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Institute was established in 2020 by the initiative of His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, the Prime Minister of Ethiopia. And the vision of Ethiopian Artificial Institute is to be a tech hub, a technology hub for the continent. And Ethiopia also aspires to establish the first artificial intelligence university, and Ethiopia plans to bring many Africans through scholarships. Ethiopia is going to give free education for many African students to come and learn artificial intelligence. So lots of things are happening in Africa, but let me take you to African narrative stuff, Gamage. Africa has long been depicted as a dark continent. Africa, the name Africa, the continent Africa, has been associated with crisis, with civil war, with drought, with famine, and lots of bad stuffs. And one of the big reasons that African social media influencers have gathered in Addis Ababa today is to reshape the stories, the narratives, the perception of Africa. By the way, this African Social Media Influencer Summit is organized by Pulse of Africa and AGA Enterprise. And as a member of Pulse of Africa, we feel very much proud to be part of this amazing, phenomenal summit, African Social Media Influencer Summit. Of course, there are enormous contributors, and later in our discussion, we're going to name and mention those organizations who contributed for the success of this continental summit. But let us discuss a little bit on the necessity and the imperatives of changing the narratives of Africa. These social media influencers are here to discuss on ways of reshaping the narratives of Africa, how African narratives have been hurting Africa, and how this hampered development, hampered diplomacy in Africa.
Well, Zalalam, the damage is immense.
Immense, yeah.
I would say. It reminds me of my childhood experience when I was, I think, 10 or 11 years of age. There was a white person in my village, and this person was taking pictures from my village boys and girls. And of course, they were using that picture, to generate some kind of support from external sources. And this person was taking us, the children, it's a religious institution, they were taking us to places where we would only have, trees, not, just the buildings that an institution built for children. And we just wanted to see, what these people were doing, and they called us and then invited us, to have pictures with them. But when they took, those pictures, the pictures had backgrounds of just dense forests rather than, the beautiful houses built next to us. And they would use that to make, their people outside of Africa to generate, some finance in the name of, just supporting, just the people in my village, those people who are considered to be, destitute. Well, I just,
That's a very profound example.
Yeah.
You know, narrative go such in a subtle way, in an invisible way. You can't view them, they are not visible, but in a subtle way, they will share information and they will share a story and they will create some image on the minds of people. So that's a very profound example.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, discourse analysts, you know what they say. Some texts are, suppressed, while others, highlighted. So this particular person was taking, those pictures with backgrounds of the forest rather than, just the beautiful houses we, the children in that area, were living. Just had a message, which is, these people are so poor, they needed, financial support from those, who can generate it. Now, the same case is, happening to Africa in general. As you said earlier, Africa is considered to be, a dark continent. And so what they think to eliminate that has been, highlighted by these outsiders, and rather, just those good sides of Africa have been, suppressed. And now this summit, when it comes to this summit, the purpose is, of course, to bring, just both to the front, I would say. Well, we cannot hide, we cannot suppress the bad ones, the dark ones, and at the same time, we highlight, just the good ones, because in the case of, just the bad ones, we need to face them, we need to challenge them face to face. Now, Africa's resilience is shown here. So when these influencers, from across Africa come to Addis Ababa, well, the purpose is, for them to find, mechanisms, strategies, ways to change, this scenario, which is, highlighting the dark side of Africa and suppressing, the good side of Africa. So they will exchange, skills, they will exchange ideas, they will exchange knowledge on how to do these things that I mentioned right now.
Yeah, I think it's super important to stay on this important agenda of the continent narratives, because the narratives of Africa have impacted Africa a lot. Recently some information, some statistics suggests and predicts that because of the wrong narratives, because of the wrong perceptions, because of the wrong portrayal of Africa, Africa loses more than $4.2 billion annually. More than $4.2 billion each year Africa loses because of the wrong portrayal. How that comes, in terms of, for example, in terms of tourism, for example, Africa has lost a great deal of money because of the wrong portrayal of Africa. Imagine somebody from China or America or UK or apart from the continent, and that person, that guy, listens and watches stories of conflict in South Sudan, for example. Will he be encouraged to come to South Sudan, to come to Africa and to visit South Sudan? It's unlikely that he will come, yeah? And that's because of the wrong perception. Those international media, those global media have been portraying the dark side of the continent. We cannot deny the fact that Africa is also going through enormous challenge, complicated and sophisticated challenge, but we should never deny at the same time the fact that Africa is also registering and recording fast economic growth, for example. Lots of positive things, positive developments have been happening in Africa, and that should be given, de-emphasized. For example, if you take Nigeria, for example, what comes to your mind? What comes to our mind when we think of Nigeria, the Western African nation, is the Boko Haram. If you watch CNN or other Western media, other international media, you will see like Boko Haram attacking people, patients in hospitals, Boko Haram attacking students, children in schools. This is, the dominant narrative that goes in terms of the story of Nigeria. But lots of good things are also happening in Nigeria. For example, you can talk about the diversity of Nigeria. Nigeria is, of course, the largest populous country in the continent. and next to Nigeria is Ethiopia, of course, and Nigeria is the most populous country in Africa, and in Nigeria more than 500 languages, indigenous languages are spoken. Linguistically, Nigeria is one of the most diverse country in the world, but you never hear such kind of diversity, how people live in harmony, how people live in tolerance and unity, in togetherness in Nigeria. We never hear such kind of stories from Nigeria. For example, in Nigeria, the creative industry is booming in Nigeria, isn't it? For example, Nollywood there in Nigeria, Nollywood, the largest film industry in the world, only next to Bollywood. Of course, this is in terms of the number of films produced each year. But we couldn't hear such kind of amazing stories, encouraging stories from Nigeria. Nollywood is, of course, the source of income for Nigerians. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of people are engaged in film industry in Nollywood, but we don't hear that kind of stories from Nigeria. When it comes to creative industry and literature, Nigeria, we can say, is a pioneer. Nigeria has given birth and nurture, important, prominent literary figures, for example, beginning from Chinua Achebe, post-colonial Africa, from Chinua Achebe to Wole Soyinka, and today we have been seeing Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, a prominent lady. You know her. We all know her, on her inspirational speech that she delivers in different media platforms. So we have not listened this much positive stories of Nigeria. We can say a lot about Nigeria, but like you said earlier on, they want to show the dark side of Africa while they ignore the positive and the brilliant, the beautiful side of Africa. And this is like reporting the earthquake while ignoring the skyscrapers erected aftermath. They want to ignore the beauty part of the continent, the brilliant part of the continent, and they want to, downplay those important achievements of the continent, and they want to frame Africa in the framing of, they want to put Africa in the framing, in the perspective of crisis, in the perspective of poverty, in the perspective of, those Western media, global media headlines screamed about poverty in Africa, screamed about drought in Africa. The same happens in Ethiopia, for example. If you see, a lot has been happening in Ethiopia. For example, according to IMF report, according to International Monetary Fund report in 2026, Ethiopia is going to register 9.2% economic growth. This is huge achievement, isn't it? This is, incredible achievement. Ethiopia, by the way, has been consistently achieving and recording fast economic growth. And 9.2% is beyond the global average. The global average is not more than 3%, and Ethiopia is more than double, more than triple. 9.2%. But such kind of story has never obtained the attention of international media. For so long we have been watching stories of drought and famine in Ethiopia, but a lot of positive stuffs have also been happening in Africa. So our agenda is, of course, African Social Media Influencer Summit being underway here in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. African Social Media Influencer Summit has brought together more than 200 influencers from across Africa, from different parts of Africa. We have seen Tenge Tenge of Uganda, Zero Brainer of Tanzania, Wedi Maya, a prominent Ghanaian guy who have been, showing and unpacking the realities of Africa in his YouTube channel. And many YouTubers, Facebookers, TikTokers, and other social media influencers are here in Addis Ababa for 2-day summit, today and tomorrow. And our reporters are, by the way, with these social media influencers, and they're gonna bring us fresh news, fresh updates and perspectives, and we will deliver and we will provide those stories as soon as we get. But if you have something to add on the narrative sides of our discussion,
yes,
let's entertain that.
Yeah, yes, Zelalo. Well, most of the time Africa is portrayed as a continent where you have too much conflict. Well, these days, we know conflict happens, almost everywhere. For example, the Ukraine-Russia war, the US-Israel-Iran war right now, the Middle East war in Yemen, And some time ago, of course, we had, America taking, military action, against Venezuela and many others. Well, now the thing is, of course, we have got, just these message. I mean, the happening of these wars have been reported by every media house, every media platform, say CNN, Al Jazeera, or others. I mean, those, are outside of Africa. We know that. But the way they are portrayed does not in some way, point to the fact that, these conflicting parties live, in dark continents. Okay, but in the case of Africa, when they have, coverage of conflict, coverage of war, well, they point to the fact that, Africa is a dark continent, or those engaged in war, in battles, have, something wrong with them. Well, again, as you said earlier, Nigeria is, a nation with more than, people speaking, more than 200 500
indigenous languages.
500
Isn't it amazing?
Languages. Just, one single country in Africa, which is Nigeria, has as many as, 500 languages spoken in it. And now imagine, just the rest of Africa, including Ethiopia, including Uganda, including South Africa. We have, this diversity of cultures, diversity of languages, diversity of norms. And, well, African societies, I mean, is not, as being reported by, external media platforms. They live in harmony, we can say. Relatively, they live in harmony. Well, there are incidents where they entertain, conflicts. That's obvious. But when we think of, just the vastness of, these cultural norms and identities, which could have been, a source for conflict, Africans have managed, just to live in harmony, to live in peace.
Exactly.
Now, these are not very much, reported by external media platforms, external to Africa, I mean. But when you have, just these influences, of course, they have, each of them has, more than million followers. Okay, they have, followers in millions, and imagine, how they are impactful, in the African continent, in their respective countries. And if we just go back and see, track records of these influencers, we notice one thing, which is they have been playing, good roles, positive roles in what they did and what they created. Their contents, of course, portrayed, the good sides of Africa. But when it comes to, bringing these influencers to Addis Ababa and make them, attend, participate, in ASMIS 2026, you allow them to make, what they have been doing, to do it in a very systematic manner, in a very informed manner. Because when you have, some expert, some knowledgeable person who can lead them to the path to do what they do in a way that is more productive, more effective, then that is a very good thing. And
we do have the resource. Yeah.
We do have the resources. And again, Africa's innovation, Africa's cultural richness can be portrayed, just during this summit. These people come from across Africa. Imagine when they meet one another, they exchange ideas, they exchange personal experiences. Now they are just powerhouses, I would say, for knowledge in their fields, in their creative works. And so they have, the opportunity to exchange, strategies, to exchange, skills.
Exactly.
And
well said.
And that is, a very good thing. And as you said earlier, Africa has been portrayed more with its negative side than with the positive. And this time, okay, gives the opportunity for these influencers to change things, to turn the trajectory, so that, such influencers will start, to talk more of Africa's positive sides than the negative sides. I'm not saying they should suppress them, because when you suppress your problems, your sides, your dark side, then it remains, untreated. But the purpose and the aim of this summit is, to give such people, direction, insight towards how to deal with the dark side of Africa? How do you, for example, report the dark side of Africa, for example, conflicts, and then you don't blame, just the participants in that conflicts, rather you may suggest, solutions. And you teach people that, there must be some kind of compromise. For example, some kind of, room for trying to understand each other's wants and needs that could lead us to conflict.
We don't deny the fact that Africa is also having problems in terms of conflict, for example. But we are saying that Africa is also getting out of the conflict, and Africa is also in the positive trajectory in terms of development, even in terms of managing conflicts. As you said in your elaboration, Gamage, African countries host heterogeneous societies in terms of religion, in terms of language, in terms of ethnic backgrounds, in terms of many diversities. African countries are hosting heterogeneous societies, and they are managing these diverse communities, diverse ethnic groups, diverse linguistic groups, and that can be, of course, a good example for the rest of the world. For example, if you see Europe, most of the time you see homogeneous society. If you compare Europe and Africa, for example, Africa is the most diverse continent. But countries in Africa are managing those diversities well. African countries, African societies are living in harmony, in togetherness, in unity, in peace. But we are also witnessing some conflicts here and there. Of course, you can never deny the fact that Democratic Republic of the Congo is going through civil war. You cannot deny the fact that some West African countries, such as Mali, are going through undemocratic change of government. But, Africa is a continent with 54 countries. And, the majority of African countries are moving toward democracy, moving toward development. And this side of Africa needs to be told to the world. And this side of Africa needs to be told to Africans themselves. I remember at the 35th African Union Summit some 3-4 years ago, Ethiopian Prime Minister, His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, said, the wrong portrayals of Africa, the wrong narratives of Africa do not change the perception, do not only change the perception of the world, it has also impacted the way Africans see themselves. For example, the great majority of African youths do not understand that they can prosper in their respective countries, and that's why they choose to migrate to different countries out of the continent. For example, they migrate to Europe and Asia and Arab countries, in United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and many other countries. African youths are migrating because they do not understand that they have a huge treasure, wealth, and resource that they can use to prosper themselves, that they can use to change their lives. A lot can be said about this image, but now, as we said earlier on, these African social media influencers are here in Addis Ababa, and they are paying visit to many iconic places. And right now they are making a visit to Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Institute, and we're going to continue the conversation, and let us allow the audience to watch their visit at Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Institute. And we're going to be back, and we're going to share information, perspectives, and new updates regarding the African Social Media Influencers Summit being underway in Addis Ababa, the political and diplomatic heartbeat of the continent. Stay tuned.
Something powerful is already happening. Over 200 content creators sitting together, aligning, questioning.
Deciding what Africa's digital future should actually look like.
Because this isn't just about content anymore.
It's about direction.
Millions of followers and millions of eyes.
Now moving with shared purpose.
Stories are being shaped with intention.
Narratives are being clarified.
Agendas are being defined.
Because when Africa speaks in fragments,
It gets misunderstood.
But when it moves together,
It becomes undeniable.
what's happening here doesn't stay here. It reaches the world. This is the African Social Media Influencer Summit.
Parts of Africa.
I think with that being said, people now, they don't see Africa as how they used to see it then. Remember back then, people used to think when you come from overseas, when you come to Africa, it's thousands of men holding a plane. So with our content, I think our responsibility has been showing people from overseas or whatever of how Africa developed, how Africa is developed, and also we are showing people that we can actually make the whole world know us. I mean, I'm from a small country in southern Africa. You wouldn't think an African child would travel from that side to Ethiopia to just come talk to people, which is an honor. You get me? So it's been my responsibility to show people what it's possible as an African child to go overseas. I've been overseas because of my content. So yeah, I've been showing people how developed Africa is. I've been using a phone. People don't think you can get rich by a phone. So yeah.
Welcome to the Pulse of Africa, your gateway to Africa's vibrant stories, voices and visions. Join us every Monday and Wednesday for POA in Depth, where we provide sharp analysis of pressing current affairs, keeping you informed and engaged. Tuesdays feature the Africa We Want, dedicated to the African Union's Agenda 2063, discover Africa's journey toward a prosperous and integrated future. On Thursdays, tune into El Dorado, highlighting Africa's rich natural resources and how they can drive true prosperity. Fridays bring you Roundup, where seasoned journalists discuss enduring issues shaping our continent's destiny. Saturday's showcase the editorial offering Pulse of Africa's perspective on Africa's challenges and opportunities and celebrate the notables, recognizing remarkable Africans making a difference. And don't forget Sundays are for Africa Melody, honoring our culture, music and entertainment. So tune into the Pulse of Africa and experience the vitality of our continent every day of the week. Subscribe now.
Something powerful is already happening. Over 200 content creators sitting together, aligning, questioning.
Deciding what Africa's digital future should actually look like.
Because this isn't just about content anymore.
It's about direction.
Millions of followers and millions of eyes.
Now moving with shared purpose.
Stories are being shaped with intention.
Narratives are being clarified.
Agendas are being defined.
Because when Africa speaks in fragments,
It gets misunderstood.
But when it moves together,
It becomes undeniable.
what's happening here doesn't stay here. It reaches the world. This is the African Social Media Influencer Summit.
We are in Ethiopia now. Welcome to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. I'm feeling so happy and I thank ASMIS for bringing me to Ethiopia. It is my first time, but I see Ethiopia is going to be fun and boom, just things never to give up, to be posting daily, every time, to focus on their dream. To the global, I think through making content, through showing the world what Africa is, because many don't know Africa. Through showing Africa, because many don't know Africa, through content, through showing our countries, like making videos about it.
My name is Bradley Marongo. I came from Kenya. I'm happy to visit Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. I look, Ethiopia is good place. But I tell my friends I can come to live in Ethiopia because it's good place. Because I don't like you have airport good good airport like this. Yeah, I want to try Ethiopia food because I go to Dubai. I try Ethiopia good Dubai food. I want to try Ethiopia food. I want to try African content creators. I'm here in Ethiopia. If you need collaboration or if you need to if you need to shoot content from Ethiopia and Kenya collaboration, if you have content, come you shoot with us. It's okay. Thank you. Welcome.
Dear viewers, you are watching our live stream which focuses on African Social Media Influencer Summit ASMIS 2026, which has been happening right now in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. ASMIS 2026 is going to stay for 2 consecutive days, today and tomorrow. ASMIS 2026, African Social Media Influencer Summit, has brought together more than 200 social media influencers from various parts of the continent, from South Africa to Morocco and from Nigeria to Kenya, and we are making discussion and conversation regarding this super important continental summit, African Social Media Influencer Summit. Back to you, Gamit. And earlier on, we have been discussing on Artificial Intelligence Institute because these social media influencers of Africa have been paying visit to Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Institute. Ethiopia has been making significant stride in terms of artificial intelligence, isn't it, Gamit?
Of course, absolutely. Well, the last many years, especially ever since Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed took office, Ethiopia as a country, as a nation, has been giving attention to AI in general. An AI center has been established in Addis Ababa, and this center actually has been visited by these influencers, and I can feel that they would be mesmerized by what they would see there, because there are interesting things. For example, augmented reality, artificial intelligence in many aspects.
You paid a visit to it as well.
Yeah, I just paid a visit to it, and one of the things that astonished me was that I could see Addis Ababa as it will look like, in the near future. And that
through
was,
emulation?
Yes, simulation. Simulation.
Yeah.
And so you just have, forests of buildings in Addis Ababa, and the infrastructure quite, different, developed to the standards of those you may find, in advanced nations. And this will be, a very good example for other cities in Ethiopia, and even these influencers, as they see these things at the center, at the institute. I hope they just will want to replicate, these experiences in their own countries as well, because artificial intelligence, the institute has demonstrations to give, solutions to problems. For example, in the manufacturing sector. When you talk about, manufacturing, various products, artificial intelligence, gives you a very quick solution. It allows you to produce, for example, parts of, big machinery, say vehicle, say any machinery that you find, in industries. And even when you look at AI technology, in various sectors such as health, such as agriculture, these are demonstrated very well at the Artificial Intelligence Institute in Addis Ababa. And the visitors, the influencers, will see all these things, and I think just they will find a way, to bring, these artificial intelligence offers to their respective countries.
Yeah, these Africa social media influencers will definitely be excited by what they see at Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Institute. By the way, Ethiopia has been making significant stride, and Ethiopia has achieved a profound outcome in terms of artificial intelligence. And Ethiopian Prime Minister, His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, has also been appointed by the African Union, AU, as champion of artificial intelligence and digital health. This is a huge achievement, isn't it? And I would say that's a well-deserved appointment and a well-deserved award, isn't it? His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed has been very much passionate and committed and dedicated when it comes to artificial intelligence. He understands and he forecasts and he predicts that Ethiopia without artificial intelligence Ethiopia will lag behind development. Ethiopia will lag behind world civilization, and he has taken series of steps to make sure that Ethiopia go in line with artificial intelligence. Ethiopia embrace artificial intelligence. after he assumed power in April 2018. After 2 years, he initiated the establishment of Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Institute. This is the first in the continent, the first in African soil. Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Institute was established in 2020, and that has been doing amazing works, and it has been supporting different infrastructures, different services, for example, healthcare, education, service sector, public service has been very much supported by artificial intelligence, and that has been by and large the initiative of His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, the Prime Minister of the country. And Ethiopia is also planning, and of course Ethiopia is doing to establish the first artificial intelligence university in Africa, and Ethiopia has planned to bring African students from all corners of Africa for education, and that is going to be through scholarship term. So African students will get opportunity to come to Ethiopia and to learn about artificial intelligence and to get immersed into the world of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is doing amazing jobs. Even artificial intelligence is replacing the jobs of journalists. What do you say, Gammeds?
Well, yes.
Yeah.
Artificial intelligence is entering every aspect of our lives. We can't deny it. We see it, on a daily basis. And, well, the threat is that, unless and otherwise people catch up with it, then they get left behind, and that is going to be a big challenge for everyone. Prime Minister Abiy has always been saying that artificial intelligence is, the future of not only Ethiopia, but it should be the future of Africa as well. Advanced nations are incorporating artificial intelligence in every aspect of life. Their citizens are being, taught about artificial intelligence. They are being trained, and they are developing, the skill to utilize artificial intelligence in everything that they do. And if we remain where we are, if we choose, to stay in the way we have been doing things traditionally for quite too long, as the case has been, until recent days, then that's not going to be, very good, because, we get left behind. For example, augmented reality, virtual reality, artificial virtual reality. Yes, these are becoming, just common to, you find them, in various institutions to teach about, just realities. For example, if you want to teach about an industrial complex, you can't have, just that industrial complex, physically around you. But when you use, augmented reality, you can have, a better understanding of it. If we take, health, for instance, health, human anatomy, that is a very complex system, isn't it?
Yeah.
And how do you teach, your health professionals, say, just medical doctors, the would-be medical doctors or nurses, how do you teach them about, what happens in the heart, in the lungs? And you use, augmented reality and virtual reality. These days, a doctor, a medical doctor in the US, can do an operation on a patient in Ethiopia because of, artificial intelligence. So, back in the years, when we had COVID-19, well, people, rather than, just moving out of their houses and work at their offices, for instance, they had to be, staying at home for quite too long.
Yeah.
And this situation, brought an opportunity where artificial intelligence had, a chance to come in and then, just give solution. Okay?
Exactly.
And
yeah, it's incredibly important these days. It's incredibly important. Not only important, it is a matter of necessity, and it's imperative for Africans to make sure that they embrace artificial intelligence and they immerse themselves to the world of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is doing lots of amazing things. I mean, it's a matter of to be or not to be.
Exactly.
You know, we need to use artificial intelligence, and that has been the initiative and the motivation of His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed. And we have been talking about Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Institute and many initiatives that Ethiopia is undertaking to immerse itself into artificial intelligence, you know, to make effective and efficient public service, and to make education productive, to make agriculture productive. You know, you can see artificial intelligence, you know, in everyday life, you know. Yeah, we can't alienate ourselves from artificial intelligence. For example, artificial intelligence can be very much practical in agriculture. Ethiopia, countries of Africa, and you know, many of them are, you know, sustaining and kind of living agrarian economy. They are sustaining agrarian economy. Their economy is depend very much on agriculture. So it is important if they practice artificial intelligence. For instance, artificial intelligence can predict the weather of a certain community, the weather of a country, so that if, for example, farmers get prediction, get forecast from artificial intelligence, that what kind of weather will be over the coming few days or so, they can adjust their agricultural practice according to that weather forecast. So the significance of artificial intelligence is even in agricultural practices, and as you said, in education as well. You know, artificial intelligence has, you know, immensely revolutionized educational system. You know, the way people get knowledge, the way students distribute knowledge, the way they even take exams has been very much impacted by artificial intelligence. You know, nowadays students are not struggling anymore with hard texts. You know, they can access it online on their palm, through their mobile, through their laptop, gadget, whatever. So in health sector, you know, the significance and the application of artificial intelligence is huge, and it is great that Ethiopia has been spearheading the development in artificial intelligence, and it is great that African social media influencers who have convened in Addis Ababa for 2-day summit have visited Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Institute, and of course there are many iconic places that these influencers, African social media influencers, will visit over the coming 2 days. And Adwa Victory Memorial Museum is the other iconic place that they plan to visit. And you know, many things are happening now in Addis Ababa as African social media influencers are here to discuss about the future of social media, to discuss about the future of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is like other technologies, is a double-edged sword. Don't you think, Amets?
Yes, absolutely. The visit paid by these influencers to the Institute of Artificial Intelligence, Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Institute, is a reminder, I would say, that you know, African countries need to think critically about how they can bring in, you know, artificial intelligence in every aspect of their people's lives. And we know at this, as the two of us, you and I are speaking, advanced countries are investing millions, billions, trillions in artificial intelligence, because it's very much clear to these nations that artificial intelligence matters, and it impacts, you know, their every aspect of activities, lives, etc. And once Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed, when he addressed MPs, Member of Parliament, he said, you know, it is a must because the world is moving into, immersing itself into using artificial intelligence. At least we need to follow from behind, because artificial intelligence requires, you know, billions and trillions of worth investments worth, okay?
Yeah.
And we might not have, you know, just such capacity, such financial capacity, but at least we need to give it attention. We need to be aware of what these countries are doing using, you know, artificial intelligence. Now, this is, the point is, you know, this is something that nations cannot compromise. Nations need and must give attention to it. And it's making, you know, a difference, and we see the differences that arise from utilizing artificial intelligence. They are very much clear. They are very much obvious than ever. And influencers, as they visit this institute, it is very much likely that they go back home and they talk about it, and they share what they have observed at the institute with their followers. Okay?
Yeah.
And that is a very interesting thing.
Yeah, that is phenomenal, I would say.
Exactly.
And African social media influencers will discuss on various issues ranging from digital technology to artificial intelligence to narratives of Africa. But the main purpose is to shape and reshape the narratives of Africa. And earlier or in our beginning, we have been talking a lot about the narratives of Africa. And they can also use artificial intelligence to shape and reshape the narratives of Africa.
Exactly.
I mean, artificial intelligence is, after all, operating on the information that has been fed. So African social media influencers need to feed African stories, African narratives, African perspectives into it, so that artificial intelligence will be shaped. You know, we have to put our own part. We have to make our own effort to make sure that we are visible in artificial intelligence. For example, if you Google about Ethiopia, you know, what kind of information you're going to receive from artificial intelligence is based on the information that is obtained in the past. Yeah,
exactly.
So we have to make sure that we need to be on the map.
Exactly. But Zalalem, one thing that's very important and worth giving attention to is that, as you say, artificial intelligence is man-made, isn't it? It is man-made, and for instance, algorithms play a big role in the way we try to use artificial intelligence. Well, they just give more opportunities for selected group of people than others. For instance, algorithms allow or give priority to influencers elsewhere than Africa, and then influencers in sub-Saharan Africa specifically might not have the same opportunity, the same priority by the algorithms. And this has very much to do with artificial intelligence. And how is it that we utilize artificial intelligence to change this situation, to allow African influencers to have that same priority as those influencers elsewhere, so that they will be able to reach the global community. This is very important. And the other thing is, we call it intertextuality, which is one situation, okay, one story. It is connected historically back to something else. We call that intertextuality. For example, Africa is portrayed as a continent that is full of conflict all the time. But if we look into the situation, and especially if we ask knowledgeable people, especially politicians, they tell us why those conflicts happen here and there in Africa. Take, for example, Central Africa, in this case the Congo, where we have Africa's most valuable minerals. The causes of conflict in that country is perpetuated by outsider, isn't it? Yeah. And so when for example, an outsider media platform covers a conflict that's taking place between two sides in DRC, and of course the cause is access to mineral resources there, and we know there are just bodies or groups behind this situation, in most cases external forces. And if you are an influencer and if you have knowledge about that situation, if you really know who is behind it, and then if you extract information, then these influencers will be able to bring that, okay, in their artistic work, so that they can inform, their audiences, their followers, you and I.
Sure.
So external platforms, media platforms, they just cover only what is on the surface, which is conflict. The fact that two sides killed one another. But why don't they go deep and then cover who is behind it, for example, who perpetuates it? Now, these influencers can go deep and then tell us who is behind it. Okay? So artificial intelligence, comes in play here. Artificial intelligence, for example, allows you access to these informations.
Yeah.
With regard to who is the perpetuator, why is that conflict taking place, and why are the things or the situation as we observe them. Okay, so it gives you a holistic picture of the situation, and now these influencers will use their artistic gifts to bring them to us.
Exactly, governments. The guys are, prominent in their country, not only in their country, in the continent, elsewhere in the world.
Yes.
African social media influencers who have convened here in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. We said more than 200 social media influencers are attending the summit, the two-day summit, which is going to be conducted in Addis Ababa at Adwa Victory Memorial Museum today and tomorrow. And as you said, they do shoulder a great, huge responsibility. They have prominence, they have power,
soft power.
Yeah, they have that kind of huge power, though it's soft. Their power is huge, and power comes with responsibility, and the responsibility is to make sure that they benefit their continent. And now the question of the day is narrative, and they need to put their own efforts and expertise and their knowledge to reverse the wrong narratives of Africa. Gamets, let us take a short break, and we're going to back and continue our conversation.
If you don't tell your story, it will be told by others. They'll talk of hunger, they'll talk of war, they'll talk of conflict, but they'll not say the things that are happening in Africa that are positive.
This is POA, a very new media organization in Ethiopia.
We have to be voice for ourselves. There is no one else that can tell our story better than us.
If it's defending African matters, then go for it. Go for Pulse Media.
This is the Pulse of Africa. Tune in, follow the journey, and learn about the news and what's shaping our African continent.
I am really impressed by the work that they are doing by telling the African story from Africa for Africans. I think it's definitely needed.
Please subscribe to the Pulse of Africa on all platforms.
Something powerful is already happening. Over 200 content creators sitting together, aligning, questioning,
deciding what Africa's digital future should actually look like.
Because this isn't just about content anymore.
It's about direction.
millions of followers and millions of eyes.
Now moving with shared purpose.
Stories are being shaped with intention.
Narratives are being clarified.
Agendas are being defined.
Because when Africa speaks in fragments,
it gets misunderstood.
But when it moves together,
it becomes undeniable.
What's happening here doesn't stay here. It reaches the world. This is the African Social Media Influencer Summit.
Hi guys, hi my fans, hi my friends. My name is Elvis Mushila. I'm a content creator from Kenya, Africa. And now I'm in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa. It's a good place and we are ready for ASMIS here in Ethiopia. Thank you for inviting me here to have a good time with you guys. I love you. Thank you, POA, for inviting us here and planning all ASMIS events. And we are ready to unite as African influencers and have a one brand that is pushing one content. Thank you so much, guys, for inviting us. I'm expecting good cooperation, networking, and doing collaboration with other influencers from West Africa, East Africa, North Africa, South Africa. And you know, we as African, we are one, and we have to love each other. We have to collaborate for more engagement and more viewers on our content. For me, I'm doing awareness on mental health. I'm trying to bring awareness on people who are mentally ill. And I want to show the world that people who are mentally ill, they have to be loved. They have to be loved as other people who are living in the society. Thank you guys for the organizers, AGA and the Pulse of Africa, for organizing this ASMIS Summit. And we as African influencers, we are uniting for the first time in Addis Ababa. So I'm expecting collaborations and more networking among influencers to work together and bring all African influencers so that we can be one as we are creating content to impact this good continent. Yeah. Thank you.
I think this is a good initiative for us as creatives. I like to put myself in a category where I'm a content creator, and it's a good initiative for people like us. I mean, I flew all the way from Botswana to come here, so I'm hoping people come through to come, you know, get to know much about influencing people, you know, making content, because there's a lot that happens behind. ASMIS is a good initiative. I hope it's not the first and the last time. So I hope it's not the first and the last time they call me. So I'll be honored to come back again and just, you know, teach people about social media and influencing and all that.
My name is Bradley Marongo. I came from Kenya. I'm happy to visit Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Ethiopia is good. It's good place. But I tell my friends I can come to live in Ethiopia because it's good place. It's good place. Because I don't like you have airport good good airport like this. Yeah. I want to try Ethiopia food because I go to Dubai. I try Ethiopia good Dubai food. I want to try Ethiopia food. I want to tell African content creators, I'm here in Ethiopia. If you need collaboration or if you need to shoot if you need to shoot content from Ethiopia and Kenya collaboration, if you have content, come and shoot with us. It's okay. Thank you. Welcome.
Something powerful is already happening. Over 200 content creators sitting together, aligning, questioning,
deciding what Africa's digital future should actually look like.
Because this isn't just about content anymore.
It's about direction.
millions of followers and millions of eyes.
Now moving with shared purpose.
Stories are being shaped with intention.
Narratives are being clarified.
Agendas are being defined.
Because when Africa speaks in fragments,
it gets misunderstood.
But when it moves together,
it becomes undeniable.
What's happening here doesn't stay here. It reaches the world. This is the African Social Media Influencer Summit.
Hello Ethiopia, Bote Jogu here. I'm very happy to be in Addis Ababa. It's my first time to be in Addis Ababa, and I'm looking forward to a great time in Addis Ababa. I expect so much collaboration from content creators around Africa. I expect to meet some faces I've never met. I've seen them on the social media pages, so I expect to meet them one-on-one. So first of all, I want to give thanks to them for bringing us together. It's a very good initiative. No one has ever done that before. So it's a good idea. We have to share Africa. We have to acknowledge ourselves. We have to believe in ourselves. And it's very good for the ASMIS.
I'm from South Sudan. South Sudan is a young country that is coming up with the highest speed, of course. Yeah, a very beautiful country, blessed with the tall, beautiful people, and we love everybody. Addis Ababa is I just came, yes, I just arrived, but from the arrival, the lab I received, I really like it, and I felt so good. And there's a way I'm just feeling like, okay, I'm at home and everything is a vibe and I love it. Like, I love everything about this airport because I haven't stepped out, so I loved everything about here. I am feeling so good because, being invited here means a lot. Yeah, it shows that what you have been doing for the past few months or for the first few years, it's really like giving back because we are coming to meet in a very global stage. It's not something that is happening in my country or in my state. It's happening in another country. So I'm so glad and I'm so happy, and I really like the idea of these people, organization that is organizing this one. From ASMIS, I really expect a lot of things from them, and yeah, of course, I expect learning, getting to know each other, networking, many more things. Yeah, I expect a lot. As an African content creator, I really want us as Africans to be seen internationally. So us coming together to ASMIS, to have a conference tomorrow, it shows that, okay, we are going there. We are trying to build our own. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Angerod Gladys, commonly known as Simple Gladys on all my media platforms. I am a social media influencer from Uganda. My content is about showing the beauty of Africa that we don't see. I travel through different African content to show you the beauty of African country. Today I have landed in Addis Ababa. I've landed in Ethiopia, the land of origin, and I'm so excited to be here this is my third time coming to Addis Ababa, and I must say the reception was quite amazing. It was so amazing, so beautiful, and today we have come for the big ASMIS, a big summit for the content creators around Africa, and this is a very big opportunity for me as a content creator to create great connection with other African content creators from different countries. I can't wait to learn so much from this country. I can't wait to tell our own African stories to the world. I can't wait to show you the beautiful culture, the beautiful land of origin, and also I can't wait to show you other side of Africa that you don't see on media. This summit is going to be a very big change for us as fellow creators, to change our mindset, to create good network, and to push another narrative about Africa. So I can't wait you guys to be with us in this amazing trip. I hope you will be with us in this amazing 2-day summit. Don't go anywhere. We're in Addis Ababa.
Something powerful is already happening. Over 200 content creators sitting together, aligning, questioning,
deciding what Africa's digital future should actually look like.
Because this isn't just about content anymore.
It's about direction.
Millions of followers and millions of eyes.
Now moving with shared purpose.
Stories are being shaped with intention.
Narratives are being clarified.
Agendas are being defined.
Because when Africa speaks in fragments,
it gets misunderstood.
But when it moves together,
it becomes undeniable.
What's happening here doesn't stay here. It reaches the world. This is the African Social Media Influencer Summit.
Something powerful is already happening. Over 200 content creators sitting together, aligning, questioning.
Deciding what Africa's digital future should actually look like.
Because this isn't just about content anymore.
It's about direction.
Millions of followers and millions of eyes.
Now moving with shared purpose.
Stories are being shaped with intention.
Narratives are being clarified.
Agendas are being defined.
Because when Africa speaks in fragments,
it gets misunderstood.
But when it moves together,
it becomes undeniable.
What's happening here doesn't stay here. It reaches the world. This is the African Social Media Influencer Summit.
Our esteemed viewers, you are watching our live stream, which is dedicated to African Social Media Influencer Summit being underway here in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, the political and diplomatic center of the continent. Addis Ababa has hosted this super important continental summit of African social media influencers and various content creators from South Africa to Morocco and from Nigeria to Kenya are here in Addis Ababa to discuss about various issues including artificial intelligence, digital technology, the narratives of Africa, ways of changing and reshaping the narratives of Africa, and so on. And this morning, African social media influencers have paid a visit to Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Institute, an iconic place in Ethiopia. And the purpose of the visit is to give them a glimpse into Addis Ababa, what has been happened in Addis Ababa, and because we have said that Addis Ababa has been the political, cultural and diplomatic center of the continent, that will give them, of course, a glimpse into the continent. Gamech, earlier on we have been discussing on Artificial Intelligence Institute and artificial intelligence concept in general. Yes. And what can we add regarding artificial intelligence, its significance, its importance, and the imperatives of immersing ourselves into artificial intelligence?
Absolutely, Zelalem. We need to immerse ourselves in artificial intelligence because these days it is the culture, we can say. Mm-hmm. It's a tradition. It's no more, a new thing. Countries are incorporating artificial intelligence in every aspect of life. And if you are someone, to avoid this, then you get hurt. And to avoid, just the damage, because you're not part of it, rather you just become a part and then, benefit from it, then you need to walk the walk. Yeah? So the people, the influencers, are visiting artificial intelligence, and as we said earlier, they will be astonished by what they would be seeing right now. Mm-hmm. Well, to add with regard to the benefit of artificial intelligence, it allows to have some kind of cross-sectoral integration of AI technologies in various sectors. For example, you can connect agriculture with health with education, etc. Mm-hmm. So when they are integrated through artificial intelligence, then you'll become just more productive. There will be just the kind of development you seek. Nations have a desire to develop, and every year economically, of course, countries are showing progresses, but this can be enhanced by artificial intelligence. Now, the other aspect of artificial intelligence is it can help bridge communication gap. For example, look at bank services. Mm-hmm. Bank services are not meant to serve a certain group of societies or communities. Rather, they are just for all. So when you bring them to your platform, how do you allow them to communicate with one another? Artificial intelligence comes in and then allows people with, say, different languages to have understanding, to have effective communication. Mm-hmm. Okay? For example, in the case of bank services, people want to borrow money from banks. Banks want to lend money to people. Mm-hmm. And in the case of customers of the banks, they come from just different corners, speaking different languages. And you may not have people in the bank to speak respective languages. Now AI comes in as a solution to allow effective communication between, say, the bank and their varied, customers.
Yeah, artificial intelligence has made life much easier and has made work much productive. We can say a lot about artificial intelligence, the importance of artificial intelligence in our day-to-day life. And earlier on, as we said, African social media influencers have paid a visit to Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Institute. Artificial intelligence has come to our studio as well, Gamets.
Yeah.
We have been looking AI news anchors, AI news presenters.
Yes.
Are you scared of them?
I am.
I
am and I'm not.
But we should never be scared of artificial intelligence. I mean, in terms of, the fear that they will replace journalists like us, there is nothing that can beat human intelligence, I would argue. But for now, let us turn to our directors, and they are saying our members of Pulse of Africa have been with the African social media influencers while they are visiting Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Institute, and they have compiled a video displaying their visit at Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Institute. And let us have a quick view of that video, and we're going to be back to entertain more ideas, perspectives, and insights regarding African Social Media Influencer Summit 2026 being underway in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia.
Hello Ethiopia, hello Africa, hello everyone. This is Nyako Nyako, straight from Pakwash. Guys, I come from Pakwash. That is found in northern part of Uganda, and definitely I'm a Ugandan and coming from Uganda. It's my pleasure. It's my second time actually to come here, but the welcoming, it was so amazing, guys. They welcomed us and I love this. What do I expect from Addis Ababa here, Ethiopia, from the summit? I expect to meet many content creators from all over Africa, interact, see how we can best storytell, and see how best we can work together as African content creator, tell our story to the world, influence people, market, more especially market Africa to the world out there, guys. That's why I'm here. And I can't wait to see more that Ethiopia and all other content creators have to offer from me and all other content creators that have come with.
My name is William Laskaria. I'm a content creator from Botswana, from Africa. I think with that being said, people now, they don't see Africa as how they used to see it then. Remember back then, people used to think when you come from overseas, when you come to Africa, it's thousands of men holding your plane. So with our content, I think our responsibility has been showing people from overseas or whatever of how Africa developed, how Africa is developed, and also we are showing people that we can actually make the whole world know us. I mean, I'm from a small country in southern Africa. You wouldn't think an African child would travel from that side to Ethiopia to just come talk to people, which is an honor. You get me? So it's been my responsibility to show people what it's possible as an African child to go overseas. I've been overseas because of my content. So yeah, I've been showing people how developed Africa is. I've been using a phone. People don't think we can get rich by a phone. So yeah.
My name is Watermaya and I'm from Ghana. I'm just a young African freelancer on a journey to change the negative narratives of Africa by celebrating African excellence. Throughout this journey, we've been to 39 different countries and happy to be back in Ethiopia as my most visited country in Africa. I was there when this event was born, and I can't wait to see how it will all turn out, because this is one of the things that I've personally wanted to do. I mean, the organizer of this event will definitely know that this has always been the dream of bringing African creators in one place, especially the headquarters of Africa, which is Addis Ababa. So it's so beautiful to see what is happening, and I can't wait to see all the African creators in one room for us to share ideas and see how we can push the African agenda to the rest of the world. And I'm so happy to see that at least we have Pulse of Africa, which is also the African agenda that we're all trying to push, and I hope and believe that we take this narrative to the rest of the world. I think when it comes to Africa, I would say that content creators are the real ambassadors of the continent. We are more like change makers of the continent, even though people in the continent don't see us that way, because I believe that our videos have the impact to change the world. I believe when I was here for the third time, I did the video in Addis Ababa, and people could not believe the transformation that is happening in Addis Ababa. And I believe that through my videos, a lot of people are actually coming to Addis to see the new transformation, and this is the impact that content creators have, and I hope and believe that the government of the day will support content creators to push that narrative. We are the new media, whether you like it or not, and new media is here to stay. Stay true to yourself. The content is around you, and pick up the camera and create that content, because you might never know that content that will take you to the globe.
It's good to be back home in Ethiopia. Ralph Williams, a social media influencer. This is a new thing that has happened to Africa, and the beautiful thing is it is starting from Ethiopia. The African Social Media Influencers Summit of the year. The first time in Africa, and we hope that this will go wide because this stands for influencing our minds and changing the revolution of how people see Africa and how influencers are actually going to take the narrative from a different sector to a different level. We are going to tell our own stories. We must share our own dreams to the world. We must stand for our own stories and tell the world Africa is ready for the new generation, and we influencers have a role to play. And this is actually starting from the land of origination, Ethiopia.
Something powerful is already happening. Over 200 content creators sitting together, aligning, questioning,
deciding what Africa's digital future should actually look like.
Because this isn't just about content anymore.
It's about direction.
millions of followers and millions of eyes.
Now moving with shared purpose.
Stories are being shaped with intention.
Narratives are being clarified.
Agendas are being defined.
Because when Africa speaks in fragments,
it gets misunderstood.
But when it moves together,
it becomes undeniable.
What's happening here doesn't stay here. It reaches the world. This is the African Social Media Influencer Summit.
Ethiopia now. Welcome to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. I'm feeling so happy, and I thank ASMIS for bringing me to Ethiopia. It is my first time, but I see Ethiopia is going to be fun, and boom, just think never to give up, to be posting daily, every time, to focus on their dream. To the global, I think through making content, through showing the world what Africa is, because many don't know Africa. Through showing Africa, because many don't know Africa, through content, through showing our countries, like making videos about it.
Hi everybody, it's me, Nelson Ringyak, known by Nelly Big Boy. Just arrived, one of the biggest content creator in East Africa. I think I'm known with my necks, I just do my necks like this, so that's why people recognize me, and I'm here right now. I'm so happy to be in Addis Ababa. Nelly Big Boy once again, content creator. I'm so happy, and this is my first time for people to invite me in a biggest event like this. I'm so happy to be here. And I'm so thankful to Addis Ababa people, because it's not easy for you to be recognized, to go to another country. I'm so happy to be here. It's going to be grateful to East Africa, because it's not easy. In Africa too, because for us here, we are just doing our contents on media and we don't know what we are doing. And I'm so happy when you guys do something big like this. I think it's going to make a biggest connection and unique things among us. I'm so happy to be there. Africa must be the best in this sum of world, because we are doing well and we don't appreciate ourselves in Africa. So I think right now, from today, even say today, because I'm now in Addis Ababa.
If you don't tell your story, it will be told by others. They'll talk of hunger, they'll talk of war, they'll talk of conflict, but they'll not say the things that are happening in Africa that are positive.
This is POA, a very new media organization in Ethiopia.
We have to be voice for ourselves. There is no one else that can tell our story better than us.
If it's defending African matters, then go for it. Go for Pulse Media.
This is the Pulse of Africa. Tune in, follow the journey, and learn about the news and what's shaping our African continent.
I am really impressed by the work that they're doing by telling the African story from Africa for Africans. I think it's definitely needed.
Please subscribe to the Pulse of Africa on all platforms.
I'm Sloane, and next to me is Gogo, or a jewel, from the Kingdom of Eswatini, a small country situated in southern Africa, between South Africa and Mozambique. We are content creators, we are comedians, very big comedians.
Very big comedians, especially in our country, just because our population is not that huge. We are in a very small country with a population of plus minus 1.2 million. We with two official languages, which is our language, a vernacular language, Siswati, and English, which is our second language. We know that here in Ethiopia you have over 80 plus language, so we only have two languages.
Something powerful is already happening. Over 200 content creators sitting together, aligning, questioning,
deciding what Africa's digital future should actually look like.
Because this isn't just about content anymore.
It's about direction.
Millions of followers and millions of eyes.
Now moving with shared purpose.
Stories are being shaped with intention.
Narratives are being clarified.
Agendas are being defined.
Because when Africa speaks in fragments,
it gets misunderstood.
But when it moves together,
it becomes undeniable.
What's happening here doesn't stay here. It reaches the world. This is the African Social Media Influencer Summit.
Ethiopia is amazing.
The reception is great.
Ethiopia is the best place to be. I feel I'm Ethiopian, it's just that I didn't know. But I can feel that I'm Ethiopian in one way or the other. But if I look around, since we landed here, Ethiopians are tall. I don't know what happened, and
you are tall and slim, so you need to tell us, guys, what is your staple food?
Oh, okay.
What is your staple food?
Injera. We call it injera.
Injera.
Oh, okay, injera.
We will definitely love that.
Let's eat more of injera so we grow up.
Yeah, in order for us to be tall.
Oh yeah, true that.
Oh, okay.
But we're really enjoying it. Thank you so much for having us.
We are expecting to exchange and have, we are looking forward to have a very, very successful summit, and we are looking forward to cross-exchange the followers. We believe that we want to create one united Africa, with one voice, from especially to the influencers. We're looking forward to have a very, very successful and funny summit.
I think the step that ASMIS has taken in bringing together the social media influencers is a very great move, because as you are saying, we are the face of like even many countries. People know countries because of the influencers in the country. So coming together, this summit will help give direction, or maybe align content creators as far as marketing countries is concerned, which will then expand to market the whole continent, so that the outside world now looks at us in a different way. We're so hoping we will play a vital role as far as that is concerned.
My name is Lajagwak. I'm from in Burkina Faso, West Africa. I'm very happy because it's a very opportunity to see my colleague comedian in another country. I'm coming to learn other comedian style. Ethiopia is very good. It is the best country. Travel is good. See you tomorrow.
Something powerful is already happening. Over 200 content creators sitting together, aligning, questioning,
deciding what Africa's digital future should actually look like.
Because this isn't just about content anymore.
It's about direction.
millions of followers and millions of eyes.
Now moving with shared purpose.
Stories are being shaped with intention.
Narratives are being clarified.
Agendas are being defined.
Because when Africa speaks in fragments,
it gets misunderstood.
But when it moves together,
it becomes undeniable.
What's happening here doesn't stay here. It reaches the world. This is the African Social Media Influencer Summit.
Hope you enjoy watching our special edition dedicated to African Social Media Influencer Summit, ASMIS 2026. African Social Media Influencer Summit is the first of its kind, and this is organized by Pulse of Africa and AGA Enterprise. Both organizations are striving to represent the voices and interests of Africa, and this super important continental summit, African Social Media Influencer Summit, has brought together more than 200 influencers from different parts of Africa. And let me mention some of these influencers, prominent influencers across Africa. Tenge of Uganda, Wedimaya of Ghana, Delish Matthew of Namibia, Zero Brainer of Tanzania, William Last of Botswana, Adonai of Ethiopia, and Brain Jota of Nigeria, and many others are here in Addis Ababa to discuss the future of digital technology, the future of artificial intelligence, and the necessity and ways, techniques of shaping and reshaping the narratives of Africa, which is one of the most important agenda of the African Union, of Africans and Africa. Gamachis, earlier on, this African social media influencers have visited Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Institute, and the audience, our viewers, also watched how these African social media influencers visited Artificial Intelligence Institute of Ethiopia, and hopefully later on we will bring the perspective and insights, the sayings of these social media influencers. What did they say about Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Institute, and what can they do with this institute as well. We have said that Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Institute was established in 2020 and it was the first in the continent, and Ethiopia is also working to establish and open the first Artificial Intelligence Institute, Artificial Intelligence University by 2026-2027, and that university is sought to bring African scholars, African students from different parts of Africa, and the visitors, the influencers are visiting many iconic places, and that's Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Institute being the one. And now they have marched to the north part of the city, to Ntoto, and they went there to visit Gulele Injera Women Entrepreneur. This is also an iconic place, and this has transformed the lives of thousands of Ethiopian women, Ethiopian mothers. What can we say about this entrepreneurship gametes?
Well, Gulele Injera Women Entrepreneur, well, it was inaugurated a couple of years ago, and ever since it has been making injera for export standards. Reports confirm that the injera they make is worth exporting to various countries outside of Ethiopia. And well, this entrepreneur, of course, facility boosts food security and export potential, we can say. Women from the surrounding of Addis Ababa were incorporated as makers of injera, which means, it gave them, the opportunity to have, jobs. Most of these women used to be, firewood collectors, and they've been, we could say, suffering from their daily routines, because that activity would be very much demanding and exhausting. And ever since this facility was established by the Ethiopian government, this woman could have job opportunities at the facility, and it has been, we can say, a very good opportunity for the surrounding women to secure permanent jobs, we can say. Well, when it comes to the implication of such facilities, we can say that there is a demonstration of the potential of agro-industrialization in Ethiopia. As we know, injera comes from teff, which is our staple food, and the implication is that African countries, as the influencers visit this facility, I hope they will again go back to their countries and tell people how they can make a staple food, their own staple food, in such facility that allows them to produce something better, something export standard, something worth consuming. We know injera as a staple food, not only eaten by locals in Ethiopia, but we are exporting injera, our staple food, to Europe and to the US. And Zelalem, you might have seen influencers in the US, for example, white people. They just hold a piece of injera, and in between they just have sauce. I think they just get it from Ethiopian restaurants around, and they just give it a bite. And they bite it as if they are biting a piece of burger. And they appreciate the taste, the unique taste of Ethiopian sauce, and they would say this injera is salty. Now what I'm saying is injera has become an international food, not only limited to Ethiopian borders, but it reaches every part of the world where especially Ethiopians reside. So if you take Americans, Ethiopians, there are in millions, and they have access to this injera made from Addis Ababa, from such facilities, and we can see that when they make this injera, they just do it with precaution, with caution, and they handle it again with care, and they, for example, export it, in a way that it can reach American customers, safely without having it spoiled. And this is, a very good thing. So what is the implication of this situation? Of course, these influencers, again, as I said earlier, they will draw lessons. How is it that, we establish, such a facility where we have, the potential of agro-industrialization to make, our staple food international, to make it, more quality, maintaining, its standards so that it will be sold by the international community. So we can say in general, this facility will incorporate, just more women as part of it, as employees, and with the implication of potential of agro-industrialization in the rest of Africa as well.
That's quite insightful, Gamach. This Gulali Women's Injera Entrepreneurs is a great initiative, I would say, and it has transformed the lives of thousands of Ethiopian women and mothers. In the earlier days, Ethiopian mothers and women used to produce and make injera in a very tedious way, in a very traditional way, and that used to consume the energy of Ethiopian mothers. That used to consume the energy, the time of Ethiopian mothers, and it was very tedious and it was very traditional, and this has transformed the way injera is being produced. And as you said, injera is also Ethiopian traditional food, isn't it? Ethiopian traditional food. We can't live without injera, and we need to protect and we need to preserve our identity because it's part of our identity. There is a psychology and there is a philosophy that goes like, we are what we eat.
Exactly.
Yeah. So we need to preserve it, and we need to promote it to different African countries, and I think this is what exactly we expect from African social media influencers. They're going to promote Ethiopian injera to the rest of the world. Yesterday they were here. Some influencers from Sierra Leone, from Eswatini, were here in our Pulse of Africa studio, and they made a discussion and conversation, dialogue regarding various issues, and they were talking about Ethiopian injera, how they are interested in Ethiopian injera. Yep. So a lot can be said about this initiative, and it's our identity. We need to preserve our identity. I mean, for example, when you enter to international hotels, star hotels, maybe in Lagos or in Nairobi or in Johannesburg, you may see burger or pizza, but you can never get injera. But our traditional foods, our traditional cuisine needs to be promoted, and we need to embrace African traditional food, African traditional cuisine, and we need to promote our own identity, our own cuisine, like we promote our language, like we promote our diplomacy, like we promote our economic growth and development trajectory and so on. We need to promote our cuisine, our identity, because these are part and parcel of our identity, Gamets.
Yes, Zalalim. Such facilities. Such facilities.
Yeah,
so
we can see
important.
Gamets. We can see over the screen. Yeah, we can see that they are baking injera. This is how injera is being made. Yeah, this is how Ethiopian mothers manufacture, produce teff out of, injera out of teff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, Gamets, it's hard to depict the picture of the way injera is produced, but I can see that viewers, when they see how injera is being produced and made, they can have a clue on how Ethiopian injera is made. I think it's very much peculiar to Ethiopia.
Yes.
I traveled to many parts of the world, to Africa, for example, to Morocco, to Comoros, to Equatorial Guinea, and to Europe and to Asia as well, and I have never seen injera being being produced in any part of the world apart from Ethiopia. And this is Ethiopia's, I would say, peculiar gift to the rest of the world. And if we can do on it, I mean, if we can put some energy on it, if we can promote injera to the rest of the world, I think we can make a great deal of profit from this Ethiopian staple food.
Yes, Zelalem. Well, these influencers have observed how injera is made and what it means, to make a very good injera. When they know it, well, they draw a lesson, which is, of course, how is it that they can make their own staple food in a similar fashion in their respective countries. That's I think what they might be asking themselves. Well, I'm not saying they're not doing it right now. They might be doing it, but as you said, you are what you eat. We are what we eat, and they just give it attention, more attention to connect, connections between to connect, what they eat with themselves, and they might think how possible it is for them to make a better food item like this one. How do you, for example, enhance the quality of what you make? Okay, such facilities will obviously have allowed Ethiopians to make better quality injeras. Okay, more acceptable injeras, because every injera is not the same in terms of quality. Because,
as every burger is not the same.
Exactly.
Every injera is not the same.
So it will have some ingredients, some standards that you make this injera that is already set. And when you follow that same procedure, the outcome will be the same, which is a quality injera acceptable to your customers. Customers not only in Addis Ababa or in Ethiopia, but elsewhere as well. We know Ethiopian Airlines transports injera made in Ethiopia to respective customers in various American states. I think the destination of most of the injera is Washington, D.C., as more Ethiopians in the U.S. live in Washington, D.C. than elsewhere in America, in the U.S. So if that injera, that quality injera, breaks the markets, in the U.S., in Europe and elsewhere, I think the people must have put, adequate effort into it. Now, this shows that, again, these influencers can teach, influence their respective nations to do the same with their staple food. So it is very much educational, and good lessons can be drawn from what the influencers are visiting right now.
Yeah, I think the influencers must be excited and must be interested to see how injera is being baked, how injera is being produced. We can view them, how they are amazed and how they are excited. And like I said before, we're gonna share their insights and their perspectives and their saying regarding their visit later. But for now, this is Ethiopian staple food, and this is our identity, and we need to preserve it. And like you said, Ethiopian diaspora in various parts of the world, in particular in cities such as Washington, because in that city hundreds of thousands of Ethiopians reside there in Washington, and in Europe and other parts of the world Ethiopians reside, and Ethiopians are making profit out of this investment in injera, and this should be promoted, and social media influencers need to promote our own cuisine, our own identities. Identity is not only about the language you speak, the clothes we dress, or things like that. Food is also our identity, so we need to preserve this identity, and this should be part of our African identity. Like we get burger and pizza in Lagos in restaurant, in Johannesburg restaurant, we need to get injera in other African countries as well. And in the same token, we need to embrace Kenyan foods, Nigerian foods, South African foods, and so on. So we need to integrate with each other.
Absolutely, absolutely. Not only from their observation that they can draw such lessons, but from what these facility, might show to them. How is it that, a staple food item such as injera can be made? So it allows them, just to think again to do the same with their staple food in their respective countries. And you can see that it involves, many women at a time, and you can take it as beneficial in terms of its economic value. The fact that, it gives job opportunities for women, and again the fact that agro-industrialization can be enhanced through these kinds of projects is something that is very much likely to make the lives of people better.
The social media influencers are trying injera, are trying to bake injera. I think this is tricky. Even Ethiopian mothers, Ethiopian women take long time to make sure that they are perfect in baking injera. And I think they're going to be surprised at how tricky is making injera. And like I said earlier on, they will love it. They will love it. Social media influencers from Sierra Leone and Swatini were here yesterday, and our reporters talked to them, and they made a conversation and interview. And in that interview, they expressed how much injera is delicious, and they are very much interested to promote Ethiopian traditional cuisines such as injera to the rest of African countries and to the rest of the world. And there are many iconic places that these African social media influencers plan to visit afternoon. In the morning, they have visited Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Institute, and they are visiting the Gulele injera entrepreneur site, and in the afternoon they will also visit Adwa Victory Memorial Museum, which is also an iconic place which has been constructed and built to commemorate Ethiopian patriots who fought against Italian aggressors back in 1888. And Gamach, now let us take a short break, and we're gonna be back.
Sure.
Something powerful is already happening. Over 200 content creators sitting together, aligning, questioning,
deciding what Africa's digital future should actually look like.
Because this isn't just about content anymore.
It's about direction.
Millions of followers and millions of eyes.
Now moving with shared purpose.
Stories are being shaped with intention.
Narratives are being clarified.
Agendas are being defined.
Because when Africa speaks in fragments,
it gets misunderstood.
But when it moves together,
it becomes undeniable.
What's happening here doesn't stay here. It reaches the world. This is the African Social Media Influencer Summit.
pulse of Africa.
African social media influencers are here in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia for a two-day visit. African social media influencers are visiting different iconic places in Addis Ababa, and they started their visit in the morning by visiting Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Institute, and now they are visiting Gulele Injera Women Entrepreneur, which is located in the northern part of the city. And our reporter Magdalawit Nega is on the spot. Let us watch her report on their visit at Gulele Injera Women Entrepreneur, and we will be back.
Hello, thank you guys for having me. I am Magdalawit Nega, your reporter for this hour. So as we know, as ASMIS is going on, which began today on May the 7th, and it will continue tomorrow till May 8th. Today, now we are at our second destination, which the content creators from all across Africa are now trying to bake the local food of Ethiopia, injera. They have already learned how to bake it. They're now eating, and it's a very energetic environment now we're having. Earlier to this, we were at the AI institution. The influencers went there. They've seen the Ethiopian AI Institute, how impactful it has become for the entire nation, Africa. And after that, of course, right now we're here. And after this, it is expected for us to go to the Adwa Victory Memorial Museum. These influencers. We have influencers that came from almost about 30 countries. It's packed, dense, and diverse community that we have right now. We expect ASMIS to be very impactful for Ethiopia and as a whole Africa. We're shaping the narration of Africa. We're actually at the same time changing experiences from one into another. Based on the interview that we've made, we could also understand that they've been very happy and they're entertaining. That's all for now. Thank you for having us.
Something powerful is already happening. Over 200 content creators sitting together, aligning, questioning,
deciding what Africa's digital future should actually look like.
Because this isn't just about content anymore.
It's about direction.
millions of followers and millions of eyes.
Now moving with shared purpose.
Stories are being shaped with intention.
Narratives are being clarified.
Agendas are being defined.
Because when Africa speaks in fragments,
it gets misunderstood.
But when it moves together,
it becomes undeniable.
What's happening here doesn't stay here. It reaches the world. This is the African Social Media Influencer Summit.
Pulse of Africa.
I think with that being said, people now, they don't see Africa as how they used to see it then. Remember back then, people used to think when you come from overseas, when you come to Africa, it's thousands of men holding your plane. So with our content, I think our responsibility has been showing people from overseas or whatever of how Africa developed, how Africa is developed, and also we are showing people that we can actually make the whole world know us. I mean, I'm from a small country in southern Africa. You wouldn't think an African child would travel from that side to Ethiopia to just come talk to people, which is an honor. You get me? So it's been my responsibility to show people what it's possible as an African child to go overseas. I've been overseas because of my content. So yeah, I've been showing people how developed Africa is. I've been using a phone. People don't think you can get rich by a phone. So yeah.
My name is Zero Bena. That is my handle name, but real name is Fanul John Masamak. And I'm so happy to be here because this is an amazing one, and I wish we do great thing together, and it will be memorable. Ethiopia is an amazing one because huge, great airports. This is amazing. I've been here before, but it's my first time to be here, so I'm so happy to be here, and I wish I will live here. I will live here together. I expect we have a great project. I think because of this summit, we have a great chance to show the world that Africa is better, and Africa will have a great talent, because as me as a Zero Brainer, there is a lot of content creators who are doing greater things. So together we can make a big and we can shock the world, because Africa is an amazing one and a talented one.
You are watching our live stream of African Social Media Influencers Summit being underway in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, the political and diplomatic heartbeat of the continent. African social media influencers from various parts of the continent are here for a two-day summit on May 7 and May 8, 2026. They are conducting discussion on various issues such as artificial intelligence, digital technology, and ways of shaping African narratives. We have said that the narratives of Africa have been incorrect, inaccurate, and that skewed narratives of Africa need to be corrected, and the complete and nuanced story and narratives of Africa need to be told by the children of Africa. In fact, the narratives of Africa, the story of Africa, needs to flow from the pens of African children. And as a part of the summit, African social media influencers have been visiting various iconic sites in Addis Ababa, and they have visited, for example, Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Institute, and then they visited Gulele Injera Women Entrepreneur. And earlier on, we have been watching live report of our reporter Magdalite Nega from the spot, and we're going to share you the perspectives and the sayings of African social media influencers later. Gamachis, what can we say about the Gulele Injera Women Entrepreneur, in particular in terms of, injera is Ethiopia's staple food. I can't live without injera, and one of the things that I am struggling with when I get out of my country is, finding injera. It's hard to get injera apart from Ethiopia, in particular if you are moving out of, for example, in Europe, in America, because, huge diaspora, great, a number of diaspora, hundreds of thousands of diasporas are residing there. And for them, Ethiopians are exporting injera in Europe and United States. But, for example, if you go to other African countries, for example, say Equatorial Guinea or Morocco, you might not find injera easily, and that can be a challenge because, like I said earlier, we are what we eat, and we cannot live without injera, because injera is a staple food that we have been eating for so long.
Yes, Zalala.
It links with food security and food sovereignty issue. Ethiopia has been making significant stride in terms of ensuring food security and food sovereignty, and we know that our Prime Minister, Ethiopian Prime Minister, His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, has been awarded Agricola Award because of Ethiopia's significant achievement in terms of wheat production, in terms of wheat export. For so long, Ethiopia has been importing even wheat products from outside world, but this day Ethiopia has already given up importing wheat from outside world. Instead, Ethiopia is exporting wheat for outside world, and this is the first in the contemporary history of Ethiopia, and this is a phenomenal achievement. And Ethiopia's achievement in terms of food security, in terms of wheat product, has been awarded and recognized continentally and internationally as well. And let us talk a little bit about injera and how that connects with Ethiopia's agenda of food security and food sovereignty, because we are talking about narrative, and the whole idea of African Social Media Influencer Summit is to change the narratives of Africa. And one of the dominant narrative linked with Ethiopia was hunger and starvation. In those international media were reporting a lot about Ethiopian hunger and starvation, but I'm glad that these days we are not looking headlines that depicts Ethiopian hunger and Ethiopian starvation. And of course, this is hard won, isn't it? Ethiopia has won the battle over food insecurity, and of course, a lot has to be done. But Ethiopia's achievement, significant achievement in terms of food security and food sovereignty, need to be recognized, need to be underlined, underscored, and that narrative needs to be reversed. Damage.
Zainab, yeah, you've explained it very well. Well, when we talk about food security and then thinking, when we look at, what has been taking place in terms of efforts put by the Ethiopian government to ensure it, well, we see one thing, which is, well, our agriculture has been, agrarian for quite too long. And when we talk about food security and then food sovereignty, then you have to know that there must be a change in terms of the way you've been, doing, your agriculture. Let me just take you back to agro-industrialization, which I mentioned earlier, the need for enhancing agro-industrialization in Ethiopia and then in Africa as well. This Kulele Injera Women Entrepreneur facility, it is making injera with better quality, with better standard, or with the standard, of course, set by maybe the customers, not only Ethiopians, but by the international community. And that's why they are making injera in the way we watched earlier, which is, the environment is very neat and clean, the equipment are proper, and you see the building in which, that is done, the work is done, is quite, very good. And we need to translate or replicate, this kind of agro-industrialization processes, elsewhere, especially in the making of, more injera, more producing more teff in this case. Well, Ethiopia has made strides, in terms of wheat production, increasing its wheat production, and as you said earlier, Ethiopia has halted, the import of wheat from elsewhere. Now, this is not limited, should not be limited to, wheat production. It should replicate to teff production as well. Ethiopian land, agricultural land, is quite favorable for producing teff.
Exactly, very fertile land.
It has fertile land. But there must be, just the intervention of technology here in order to produce more, okay? And of course, you need to change, just the way you do agriculture, the way you produce, teff. Ethiopia has managed to import machineries, for example, tractors and combine much more than it was, say 10 years ago. And it is importing more of them because the Ethiopian government is noticing that the agriculture sector can enhance when you have, both the knowledge, the skill, okay, the knowledge, the skill, and at the same time the equipment or the machines. And when it comes to, teff itself, we need to adapt to machineries, advanced machineries to produce more teff, because our farmers plow, just using the ox, okay? They till the land using the ox, and that is very much traditional. And now this is, the time that the agriculture sector involves, more of artificial intelligence, more of these necessary machineries, and to change the landscape, the agricultural landscape or platform in general. And I think this Gulale Injera Women Entrepreneur Facility sends a message to everyone, which is, we need to move to agro-industrialization in terms of enhancing, teff production. We are, well, these days, I think we need to have, census to determine, just the population size in Ethiopia, but we know it has always been more than ever, you add one day, you have, just more citizens, joining.
The trajectory showed that,
exactly, the trajectory.
Ever-increasing population.
Exactly. So you need to feed. And as
and
you said, injera is a staple food.
A staple food,
And when it is, staple everywhere in Ethiopia, across Ethiopia.
We need to do a lot on it.
We need to
we cannot afford to ignore injera. Injera is our staple food. And we need to promote injera as well. African social media influencers, I hope they have tasted injera and they're going to promote injera to the rest of Africans. And we need to promote our own cultural and traditional foods and cuisines. For example, have you heard of the food called uguli?
Yeah, I heard of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
but I never tasted, not because I never got the chance.
I heard it yesterday, but I have never heard of it, before yesterday. And ugali is traditional food in East Africa. For example, you can see it in Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya, and Democratic Republic of Congo as well. In many of Eastern African countries, this food, this cuisine is popular, but they have not been introduced to the rest of Africa and to the rest of the world as much as burger and pizza penetrated the continent. So it's going to be the responsibility of African social media influencers to promote such kind of traditional identities, cultural identities to the rest of Africa. And African social media influencers have just been visiting different iconic places in Ethiopia, one of which was Gulele Injera Women Entrepreneur, and earlier on they visited Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Institute, and now they marched to Adwa Victory Memorial Museum, which is also an iconic place. For those who are listening about Adwa Victory Memorial Museum. Adwa Victory Memorial Museum was established a few years ago, and the purpose of the museum is to commemorate Ethiopian patriots who fought against Italian aggressors, against white colonizers at the Battle of Adwa in 1888. And Ethiopia, got a resounding victory over Italian aggressors during that battle, and that made Ethiopia the only independent African nation that survived that horrible European colonization of Africa. Dear viewers, hope you are enjoying our live stream, which focused on African Social Media Influencers Summit being underway in Ethiopia. The summit will be conducted at Adwa Victory Memorial Museum for 2 consecutive days, today and tomorrow. And we're gonna update you, we're gonna share you more updates and insights and perspectives regarding this super important continental summit. And now we do have produced a program. Yesterday, few of these African social media influencers, in particular those from Sierra Leone and Eswatini, were here at our Pulse of Africa studio. They sat down with our reporter Tinsai Gabeo, and they share their ideas, their perspective regarding the imperatives of changing and shaping the narratives of Africa and the responsibility they shoulder. And they also share some amazing memories, unforgettable memories they faced. Let us enjoy with this program, and we will be back with other relevant information and updates.
There are a lot of people there that want to be like you. So always try not to be a bad example.
Here in the planet Earth, the only continent that doesn't need any other continent to live is Africa.
The Pulse of Africa, to me, it's hope for Africa.
Here in Addis Ababa ahead of the African Social Media Influencer Summit, which is bringing together digital creators and storytellers from across the continent. Joining me now are Sierra Leonean content creator Boise Krish, who landed last night, and a Swatini comedy duo, Koko and Sla Wayne, who just landed in Addis Ababa this morning and are joining us now at Pulse of Africa News Media. Welcome to Pulse of Africa, all of you.
Thank you.
All of you are here because coming together for the African Social Media Influencer Summit.
Yes.
What do you find exciting about this summit? It's happening for the first time here in Addis Ababa.
It's so interesting. We can't even have enough words to describe the happiness we have in as far as this is concerned. But to us, it's the cultural diversity coming together to exchange experiences, to exchange cultures, to exchange audiences, and this is going to amplify our voices from all the walks and corners of life in putting the picture out there in as far as how beautiful Africa is to the outside world.
Getting the opportunity to be part of this summit, it's a great initiative for us because it aligns with our dreams of uniting Africa through content or through storytelling or comedy. We really love to handle this opportunity with both hands.
We're reaching minerals, we're reaching everything.
In everything.
So this summit is going to help us amplify that, just to make noise about it. This is what Africa is. Stop thinking Africa is a dark continent. This is the brightest continent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boise, you've become one of Sierra Leone's biggest online personalities.
Sure.
Did you always have content creation could become so powerful? Did you always believe content creation would make you so famous and very influential?
Yes. Most people in my country become content creators with TikTok. And when TikTok was introduced, I won't say I'm among the first 10 people that join it, but I will say I'm among the first 5 people that start creating content in my country because I believed in it. Because I know with content creating, you can pass a lot of message. With content creating, I will communicate with you whether you understand my language or not. And with content creating, the world will become as one. Because if I'm here, it's because I'm a content creator. If not, you wouldn't have known me.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have known all these guys here. Today's the first day I met them. Yes, today's the first day. But it's nice being with them. Content creating brings people together. And I'm just happy that you people make that dream come to life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You know, I believe comedy to be one of the most important part of content creation.
Yes.
And with you guys, I've seen a lot of your skits. It's very funny. And even if it's in a different language, your mannerisms and your, you know, the way you present the comedy, I think translates. And why do you think comedy connects people across Africa online so quickly?
One man once said, laughter is the best medicine. So you cannot just laugh. There has to be someone who makes you laugh, and that's where comedy comes in. So we use comedy to address serious social ills. Serious social ills. We use comedy, we make fun of serious things socially, economically, politically, and otherwise. And people get to learn through comedy. So that is why we are honored to be part of this summit.
I'm telling people that the world itself is sad. The world is sad. Even football, people love football. People watch football. If it's not entertaining, you won't watch it.
Yeah.
But because it's entertaining. And with comedy, if the world is sad, sometimes I just heard you saying you watch these guys, two guys' videos, you watch their videos, and you laugh despite you don't understand what they are saying. You laugh. What if, you know, like sometimes when you post a comic video, someone will be like, I laugh at my stress. You don't know who is actually sad. You don't know who is actually having a problem that is uncontrollable. All of us are going through something that we can't express to no one. But maybe you watching a video, that is why the comedians, I expect them. I expect them a lot, and I pray that they will keep on upgrading in their content. Because the comedians, people that do these comic videos, I'm a content creator, I do all type of videos. But those that specialize mainly on comedy, I advise that you guys should continue to do it and add more power to it. So you can make the world to laugh.
True.
Thank you. Just to echo on that, I still believe that comedy is the right vehicle to share sensitive or formal or informal information across the continent, because it's so simple for anyone to consume an information in a relaxed manner, in a relaxed environment. Once you turn that environment to be too serious or too formal, it then tends to be difficult for that person to digest that information that you are sharing. But if you will bring it in a humor way, then it tends to be very simple for that person to understand and find that person taking that information and sharing with more people, of which it can then reach more mileage in a very short space of time.
On that very same note, you can see, and we are happy to see that happening in most events now globally, even serious events where presidents are, they use comedians as master of ceremonies, as program directors, because everyone wants to laugh. They don't. People don't need these serious setups. We are serious, yes, but we need that moment to laugh. And if you crack a joke and you see someone laugh, that person might not be laughing at that joke now, but it's a chance to laugh out stress, as he said, to laugh out that stress. You do understand? And you see people laugh and cry, like literal tears. And you think, oh, I've did my job. Whereas this person is grieving. But that person could not cry in front of people, but you've created a chance for that person just to grieve.
Yeah, I truly believe comedy is an art form that brings people together.
True.
Yeah.
And how has content creation changed your lives personally?
For us, it has changed it financially, changed us mentally, because now we don't think like other people. You think for people. The way of life. Content creation makes you live a certain life standard, because you cannot do this, whereas on the socials, people are looking up to you. So it helps even to guide your ways as a content creator.
Yes, you know, content creating has helped a lot of young people, not only us here, but even those that are not here. Being a content creator means you are carrying responsibility not only to yourself, but to the people that are watching you. Being a content creator, you don't only look at the beneficiary part of it, but you also have to look at it on how you have to portray yourself to the people. Because you being a content creator makes you a role model. And you being a role model means there are a lot of people there that want to be like you. So always try not to be a bad example. Being a content creator don't only means I make people happy, I also benefit from it financially. Just like what my brother said. It's a lot. We can't say all of it, but it means a lot to us. It's because I'm a content creator makes me to be here. Because when you call this, you said Africa Social Media Influencers Summit. You just don't say African politicians. You said influencers. And for you to be an influencer, you must be a content creator.
Yeah.
And that makes us to be here. The first time, this is my first time of being here. And I love being here. And I would love to be here again. So it feels good.
Yeah, all of you have so many following. Your influence is in the millions. How do you carry that responsibility of influencing an entire one country's population, maybe?
It's huge. Like everyone look at you, even your family, we look at you as someone different. Even the young ones, they'll be like, you have made it up. Someone will be like, yeah, you are rich, you are not rich. You having all these followers. I remember I used to have a lot of fear and I cut it because of, just for a boy, a single boy. The boy is a fan. He likes everything I'm doing. And he's just 5 years old. Now he don't want to cut his hair to go to school. He'll be like, boy, is he Krish? Don't cut his hair. But I was like, and the boy's mother is very happy that the boy is, I am the boy's role model. She's very happy with that. But I come to think of it, if the boy at this age refused to cut his hair, just because I don't cut my hair, he's still going to school. He's still young. Before I become a content creator, I finished my first degree. I'm currently doing my second degree. So I'll be like, I have a responsibility to transform that boy's life. So he can be gentle. Because if you're a kid, you have to go to school. And planting your hair at that stage is not too good. So I said, you know what? If I cut my hair, he will cut his hair too. And indeed, I cut my hair. And he did. I cut it for a boy. So you see the responsibility we are carrying?
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay, yes, go ahead.
With that being said, being a content creator, having a huge follower, it comes with a huge responsibility. One, to understand that you are no longer living your life for yourself, but you are living for the community that follows you. As you are living, you need to know back in your mind that you are now a role model to more of that community that follows you. You start to change the way, the style of living. You start to change the things you talk. You now have to be exposed in many things in order for you to understand your audience. It's very simple to trend. It's very simple to trend on social media to get more numbers, especially on TikTok nowadays. It's very simple to get numbers. But the difficult thing ever is to translate that trending into trading. How can I now convert that trending into business in order for me to maintain the standard of life that people assume I'm living in social media? It comes with a lot of responsibility. Hence, we are very happy to get a platform like this one, where we will come together as content creators and exchange ideas and sharpen our talent and speak in one voice. We really, really needed such platforms. Apart from this one, we are looking forward to have as many platforms like this one that will bring us together as Africans in order for us to exchange and help each other to grow.
content creation also grows you as an individual. For example, I never loved listening to the news. Me sitting down and watching the news. Me, why news? There's music playing there. But as soon as I started content creation, I started falling in love with news, the serious stuff, where there are political issues, social issues, health issues. I want to know issues so that my content is relevant. So it grows you as an individual as well. So again, we are so honored for this opportunity, Pulse of Africa.
Because you have so much influence, how intentional are you in how you portray Africa? You might not be telling stories directly, but in your skits and comedy, whether it be anything, how intentional are you about portraying Africa and how the people see our continent?
We are looking forward to fulfill it 110%, because this is our time to shine as Africa. The more you travel around Africa, the more the need you see that we need to unite and come as one in order for us to amplify the voice of Africa and to try to tell the correct story of Africa. Now it's the time for us as Africans to paint our own carnival in our own way. So as content creators, we are looking forward to exchange ideas, to help each other understand each and everyone culture, background, language, in order for us to try to talk about that and encourage domestic tourism when it comes to our continent.
And also remember, on that very same note, Coco, thank you. Remember that if I'll make an example, if people get an accident on the roads, wherever, or if someone in the hospital decides to pass away, what they normally do, then the health practitioners, they feel the person is either here or here. What they want to verify is there any pulse? If that pulse is still beating, there is hope. So it's the pulse of Africa. To me, it's hope for Africa. It's hope for Africa. So this is the first. Let's have more of this pulse of Africa, because
thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
You know, literally we have been translating Africa, not Africa as Africa. To be honest, we have been translating Africa based on our country. It's not the continent itself we have been translating. If I make videos, I'll make videos based on my country. If I make videos, even if I have to speak a language, I'll try to, if I want to communicate to my people, I will say it in Creole. Or sometimes I can say English if I want everyone to understand. And if I have okay, let's just say we just celebrate our 65 years independence in Sierra Leone, so on April 27. So now, what we did, you see, all of us will putting on our African, our country's flag dress, like the green, white, and blue. It depends on your country. You celebrate it. You are celebrating your country. Now, if we want to shape Africa, if we want to push Africa as we want to do now, this is the platform, Pulse of Africa. Because you bringing us together, this is not about me in Sierra Leone. I'll be saying my own part as a Sierra Leonean. They'll be saying their own parts based on their country. You'll be saying your own parts based on Ethiopian. But you bringing us together, now all of us make up Africa, because we are from different parts of Africa. So I believe with this type of platforms, they will be able to connect together. So working alone, now after this program, when we go back, we'll start to rethink. Rather than just pushing our own country, what about we start thinking outside our country, just as you people think. The soon as you might cut it for my interview, but the moment I see this when they say Pulse of Africa, you can cut it. The only thing that comes in my head is this is Africa BBC. This will be the African BBC, where they will be reporting exactly the Africa that it is now, other than the Africa that it was. So this is my thoughts about what we are doing here. And with you bringing in different content creators, I believe you've changed our narrative. Other than just focusing in our country, now we'll start to focus in Africa as a whole. Because after here, I'll be communicating with Coco and and this my other brother here, Sloani. I'll be communicating with them, and also Frenchy. So which means we are coming together. This is it. This is the dream, and we are happy to be part of that dream.
Yeah, I'm glad all of you understand the agenda of POA. Pulse of Africa is here to tell Africa's stories with African voices.
Thank you.
You hear a lot of phrases often like Africans should tell their own stories. What do you think is a story about Africa that is missing online right now?
Africa is not poor. That's number one. Africa is not poor in terms of infrastructure, in terms of talent, in terms of minerals, in terms of capabilities. In education, Africa is not poor. If we can amplify that and start believing in ourselves as African, then I think we can be on the right track.
Another thing, in addendum to what you just said, Africans, we are not slaves and we are not rebels. This perception must be changed. We are not slaves. We have our own free will. We are here out of our free will. You called us. It's because we wanted to be here. That's why we are here. Let people stop treating Africa as slaves. We are no longer slaves. And Africa is not dark. Please let them stop that habit. Africa is not dark. I think they should visit Ethiopian at night.
And that should tell that should being African. We are not afraid.
That should tell us something. If you can do a study about the other European countries in particular, when they want to travel, when they want to visit, they visit Africa. That should tell us something about the riches of Africa, the beauty of Africa.
The weather,
they want to come to Africa for experience.
Please add the freedom.
The freedom, yes, freedom. The freedom. Africa is this baby. I can't even. Is this cute baby? Everyone wants to touch and kiss.
Yes.
But the mother of the baby does not see the baby as other people. Do you understand?
We need to stop copy and paste as Africans. We want to copy every information from the other continent and try to paste it in Africa, which then tends to be very difficult for us to implement whatsoever ideas they are coming with just because it's an African. We need to start our own. We need to start our own.
And if you study colors, all colors, they come from black. All colors. If you want to make any color, there has to be black. Even white comes from black.
Do you think that African media organizations like this and content creators can work together?
Definitely.
How so? How?
Definitely.
Take example to us. We are here. Different African countries.
Yeah.
We are willing. It's based on the motive. When we watch the email, when I get my email, and I was like, this is what I've been looking for.
Yeah.
And for every sensitive content creator that is not selfish, but I believe content creators are not selfish. They are the most peaceful people. Because look at us. We just met 3 hours ago. Look at us rolling as if we have known each other for a very long time. So we are not selfish. So which means we can reach a lot. We can reach to a lot of other content creators. And we can do this as content creators. Because we are here. And we are very ready to be here at any time. So yes, we are ready. And we can make this happen.
Pulse of Africa. This is just the first step. Then on the 5th step or the second one, maybe we change and get other content creators. That is good, but that's a learning for them, whereas it will be recap for us and follow up on where we are now. So I'm saying maybe I'm not marketing that we don't change, but I'm saying it will benefit either or parties having the same people just for follow-up. Guys, we did the first summit. Second summit is still you. Where are we now? Or we moved from here, we are here. Oh, that's nice. You've run your race. Let's try other people. Do you understand? I'm sending that to you.
Yeah.
Before that lovely question that you will pause. An institution like this will be successful if we as content creators, we will take the mandate into our shoulders and try to fulfill the mandate by taking it back into the different countries that we have. I'm not saying let's duplicate POA, but let's try to take this information as organic as it is and invest in different countries to try and push the same mandate. Then I think we'll reach the goal in a very short space of time.
What are you looking forward to the most this upcoming summit?
I'm looking forward for the ideas. Someone who will paraphrase the ideas behind the POA. We can't wait for that.
Yes, I'm looking forward to learn new things from different people. I'm from Sierra Leone. I know how my country people thinks, and I know how to speak. But bringing different people now with their own ideas, with their own thoughts and knowledge, I believe I'll be able to learn from them. They'll be able to learn from me. I believe it's like exchange of culture, the richness of our culture. And that learning process, that's the message that will be taken from here, which will be able to spread all over the continent of Africa.
What type of conversations do you think are important?
Content monetization is the key. Everywhere. In our country, we're still struggling to monetize. But with the current new Minister of Information Communications and Technology, is doing the most in making that happen. And we're behind her, we support her, we're hoping for the best. But monetization is the key thing.
Moving towards shaping Africa's narrative again, what is something about Eswatini you want people to know that maybe it's not talked about so much?
Culture. I want to believe we are the richest country in the world in as far as culture is concerned. We are the richest.
Yeah, I can attest to that. I can attest to that. So more especially just because the population is not that huge in Eswatini. So it's very interesting to see a country that is living like a family. When it comes to celebrating their culture, they celebrate almost everyone around the country is allowed to be part of that.
What about Sierra Leone?
First of all, I want people to know my country where I came from, Sierra Leone. It is Sierra Leone, the Lion Mountain. Sierra Leone, the country of minerals. Sierra Leone, the country where diamonds came from, gold, iron ore. All these things came from Sierra Leone. If you're familiar with American movies, you'll be heard like, do you know where this diamond is coming from? It's from Sierra Leone. These American movies, they cite my country when it comes to diamonds because we have the most original diamonds. And our beaches, they are very beautiful.
Which beaches?
Sierra Leone beaches.
Oh.
The beach.
Oh, the beach. Oh, like,
okay. I know. Okay. He's a comedian. He think wild. I know.
Our beaches. Yes. They are beautiful. You see how you put it?
So see, they are very beautiful.
Okay.
And our country's mountains, it's shaped like a lion. You will have to see it.
It's shaped like a lion?
Yeah, that's why it's called the Lion Mountains. All our mountains have the shape like a lion.
And do you know that in Eswatini, we are the first country in the world, the first country to mine iron ore in the world.
Okay.
The first iron ore mine was discovered in Eswatini. And in the whole world, there were two countries that has got iron ore, Sierra Leone and us.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So that makes us brothers, you see.
Yeah.
Do you think African creators like yourself are taking control of Africa's narrative online, or do you think we still have a couple steps to go?
We have a couple of steps to go. We're on the right track.
But we're on the right track.
Yeah.
We are in manufacturing. It's called work in progress, right? Yeah, it's WIP, work in progress, and we are already doing it because if you watch now, people watch news online, on TikTok, on this, and all these things, they want content creators to pass on these informations. And that is why what my brothers here said, based on our communities that we are working, that is why only when they trust you. And that is why also we should not forget as creators, only work for a company that you trust. Because you passing the wrong information will damage a lot of people. If you tell people to buy this particular product, which even you yourself don't use, which means you don't even know if it's good or not. Someone buy that product and use it. You are harming those people.
Yeah.
So that is why even we as content creators, we are actually shaping the world. And people are following us. People are following us. And which means anything we do, people will buy. You don't know who you are influencing in the world. You definitely don't know. So that is why we are role models. That's why we are case studies. That's why we are academic paragons. Whether you are in classroom or not, for the fact that you are a content creator, you learn through the media. And the media is a short place to learn now.
Yeah.
Like sometimes someone will just stand up. Do you know that in our country during the time for Ebola and Corona, and people have to go on the media and teach. And when we have election, that is why Sierra Leone, for the past years, our election have been peaceful. Because when we have elections, we as content creators have to come together and preach peace. So we tell the people that vote for whoever you want to vote for. That is fine, but don't fight your neighbor or someone for someone. Don't do that. So you see, that's why we are having a peaceful election. So which means, yes, be content creators. We still have a lot to do, but we are getting there.
For a small baby to start walking, they need someone to clap hands when they take the first step. Once you clap hands, they get excited. They might sit down, but they want to stand again because their hands being clapped for them when they walk. When they are toddlers, they go to school. Once they pass that year to go to the next grade, once they clap hands at home, she puts more effort. I feel like parts of Africa has done that to the content creators, clapping hands.
Encouragement?
Yes,
Yeah.
It's a really giving us the keep going thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a lot of creators coming here from all over the African continent. Are you looking to collaborate with young African creators?
We also feel like even the time we're going to spend in Addis Ababa is very short in as far as what we would love to accomplish.
Next time, please give us 5 days.
5 days, yeah.
5? No, just give us 2 weeks. It's fine. We fine with that.
We will love to collaborate. We believe in collaboration.
I definitely tell all these content creators that whether this person is small or big, for the fact that you know there is a talent there, for the fact that you know there is a passion there, help them push. Because you helping them push is like you are pushing yourself. Just like what my brother said. If you don't see my video in my account, you might see my video in his or her account. So which means all the 2 ways it's a win-win. You pushing others definitely means you are pushing yourself. And collaborating with these different people, different content creators, that is the goal. That is the primary benefit. That is the primary benefit that we'll be having that is the direct benefit to ourselves. Collaborating with everyone, it's a direct benefit. Because I know this, I know that, I know everyone. And we'll be doing videos together. And we will not only be here, talk here, and let everything die here. No, we have to take this communication even when we are outside Ethiopia. So which means that connection. That's why mostly we said your network determine your net worth. Yeah. So it's a networking.
Network to net worth.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, network to net worth.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what are you hoping to gain personally from ASMIS? I'll start with you, Sloani.
He has said most of the things, but I like the last part, the networking part to net worth. I like that because when he said networking, do you know that if you are a fisherman, you go to fish using a net, your net has to work for you to catch fish. If you catch fish, then you'll eat and feed families. If you sell, you'll sell. But your net has to work. So net working. Net?
What are we laughing at? It's okay. I like the story.
Yes,
it's a punch. I like the story.
I liked it when he said networking. I said, oh yeah, true. If you can have a net, but if the net is not working, then
it's impossible for you to catch fish.
True.
It's not.
But we're hoping for the best networks ever. So you said you bring like 200 influencers from
all over African continent.
That means that means literally we'll be having like 200 summits coming.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope that,
yeah.
Yes.
5 years from now, what do you hope the global image of Africa looks like?
Africa will be the leading continent. Africa will be the leading continent. I still believe that here in the planet Earth, the only continent that doesn't need any other continent to live is Africa. We don't need, Africa can feed themselves. If we can start manufacturing our own minerals, agriculture, entertainment, actually Africa can live without exporting or importing anything from other continents. So we believe that Africa is the light for the world.
Yes, just as you said, in the next 5 years, Africa will be the anthem continent of all other continents.
The what?
Anthem.
Anthem continent.
Yes, anthem continent. Africa will be the anthem continent.
Yeah.
Because you see all these minerals, they are from Africa. All this, whatever thing you are seeing now in any part of the world, they are from Africa. And I strongly believe within that time, Africa will be able to manage our own minerals and manage our resource. And if we can export and import, we can do it in Africa.
Finally, what message do you have for young African creators maybe watching this interview right now? What message do you want to leave us with?
Don't give up. Never give up in your dream. If you believe in something, there are a lot of stepping stones. There are a lot of challenges. The moment you give up, that's the moment your dream died. But the moment you believe in yourself, you start having one person that will believe in you. Then you have two. Then you have three. Then that's how you continue to grow. Believing in yourself, keep pushing, the world will help you. But for now, you have to help yourself. Yes.
Just to work on that, I will encourage all the content creators that know your story as an African. Know your story, because it's so difficult for you to share your positive ideas, or it's so difficult for you to even invest more of your energy in something that you are not well versed with. So I'm encouraging everyone to know your story, know the story of Africa. That will help you to have more energy to even answer any question that can come across you about your continent. Know yourself, know your story, research more about your African history.
Never lose focus. Study. Study. Because studying helps you to think at a broader spectrum in all things. So, like a chicken, when it's the brooding process, it sits on its eggs. You cannot even see the eggs. You will wonder why the chicken sits there. You'll start talking. Is it sick? Is it? That's what it's saying. People say a lot of things about you, but you have to know why you are sitting, why you're there. The chicken stays there for the longest time until it hatches all the eggs and stands up. And everyone's happy. Wow. So you know your dream. Don't listen to people. You know what you are pregnant. Give birth to your dream. Then live it.
I look forward to seeing you all at the summit. Thank you for coming to Pulse of Africa.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was Boise Creech, Goko, and Sloane speaking with us in Addis Ababa ahead of the African Social Media Influencer Summit 2026. For more coverage from the summit, stay with Pulse of Africa News Media. Thank you for watching.
Something powerful is already happening. Over 200 content creators sitting together, aligning, questioning,
deciding what Africa's digital future should actually look like.
Because this isn't just about content anymore.
It's about direction.
millions of followers and millions of eyes.
Now moving with shared purpose.
Stories are being shaped with intention.
Narratives are being clarified.
Agendas are being defined.
Because when Africa speaks in fragments,
it gets misunderstood.
But when it moves together,
it becomes undeniable.
What's happening here doesn't stay here. It reaches the world. This is the African Social Media Influencer Summit.
Welcome to the Pulse of Africa, your gateway to Africa's vibrant stories, voices and visions. Join us every Monday and Wednesday for POA in Depth, where we provide sharp analysis of pressing current affairs, keeping you informed and engaged. Tuesdays feature the Africa We Want, dedicated to the African Union's Agenda 2063, discover Africa's journey toward a prosperous and integrated future. On Thursdays, tune into El Dorado, highlighting Africa's rich natural resources and how they can drive true prosperity. Fridays bring you Roundup, where seasoned journalists discuss enduring issues shaping our continent's destiny. Saturdays showcase the editorial, offering Pulse of Africa's perspective on Africa's challenges and opportunities, and celebrate the notables, recognizing remarkable Africans making a difference. And don't forget, Sundays are for Africa Melody, honoring our culture, music and entertainment. So tune into the Pulse of Africa and experience the vitality of our continent every day of the week. Subscribe now.
Something powerful is already happening. Over 200 content creators sitting together, aligning, questioning,
Deciding what Africa's digital future should actually look like.
Because this isn't just about content anymore.
It's about direction.
millions of followers and millions of eyes.
Now moving with shared purpose.
Stories are being shaped with intention.
Narratives are being clarified.
Agendas are being defined.
Because when Africa speaks in fragments,
it gets misunderstood.
But when it moves together,
it becomes undeniable.
What's happening here doesn't stay here. It reaches the world. This is the African Social Media Influencer Summit.
We are in Ethiopia now. Welcome to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia.
I'm feeling so happy, and I thank ASMIS for bringing me to Ethiopia. It is my first time, but I see Ethiopia is going to be fun, and boom, just think never to give up, to be posting daily, every time, to focus on their dream. To the global, I think through making content, through showing the world what Africa is, because many don't know Africa. Through showing Africa, because many don't know Africa, through content, through showing our countries, like making videos about it.
My name is Bradley Marongo. I came from Kenya. I'm happy to visit Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Ethiopia is good place. But I tell my friends I can come to live in Ethiopia because it's good place. Because I don't like you have airport good good airport like this. Yeah, I want to try Ethiopia food because I go to Dubai. I try Ethiopia good Dubai food. I want to try Ethiopia food. I want to try African content creators. I'm here in Ethiopia. If you need collaboration or if you need to shoot content from Ethiopia and Kenya collaboration. If you have content, come and shoot with us. It's okay. Thank you. Welcome.
If you don't tell your story, it will be told by others. They'll talk of hunger, they'll talk of war, they'll talk of conflict, but they'll not say the things that are happening in Africa that are positive.
This is POA, a very new media organization in Ethiopia.
We have to be voice for ourselves. There is no one else that can tell our story better than us.
If it's defending African matters, then go for it. Go for Pulse Media.
This is the Pulse of Africa. Tune in, follow the journey, and learn about the news and what's shaping our African continent.
I am really impressed by the work that they are doing by telling the African story from Africa for Africans. I think it's definitely needed.
Please subscribe to the Pulse of Africa on all platforms.
Something powerful is already happening. Over 200 content creators sitting together, aligning, questioning.
Deciding what Africa's digital future should actually look like.
Because this isn't just about content anymore.
It's about direction.
Millions of followers and millions of eyes.
Now moving with shared purpose.
Stories are being shaped with intention.
Narratives are being clarified.
Agendas are being defined.
Because when Africa speaks in fragments,
it gets misunderstood.
But when it moves together,
it becomes undeniable.
What's happening here doesn't stay here. It reaches the world. This is the African Social Media Influencer Summit.
My name is Wadamaya and I'm from Ghana. I'm just a young African freelancer on a journey to change the negative narratives of Africa by celebrating African excellence. Throughout this journey, we've been to 39 different countries and happy to be back in Ethiopia as my most visited country in Africa. I was there when this event was born, and I can't wait to see how it will all turn out, because this is one of the things that I've personally wanted to do. I mean, the organizer of this event will definitely know that this has always been the dream of bringing African creators in one place, especially the headquarters of Africa, which is Addis Ababa. So it's so beautiful to see what is happening, and I can't wait to see all the African creators in one room for us to share ideas and see how we can push the African agenda to the rest of the world. And I'm so happy to see that at least we have Pulse of Africa, which is also the African agenda that we're all trying to push, and I hope and believe that we take this narrative to the rest of the world. I think when it comes to Africa, I would say that content creators are the real ambassadors of the continent. We are more like change makers of the continent, even though people in the continent don't see us that way, because I believe that our videos have the impact to change the world. I believe when I was here for the third time, I did the video in Addis Ababa, and people could not believe the transformation that is happening in Addis Ababa. And I believe that through my videos, a lot of people are actually coming to Addis to see the new transformation, and this is the impact that content creators have, and I hope and believe that the government of the day will support content creators to push that narrative. We are the new media, whether you like it or not, and new media is here to stay. Stay true to yourself. The content is around you, and pick up the camera and create that content, because you might never know that content that will take you to the globe.
More than 200 African social media influencers gathered here in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, the political and diplomatic heartbeat of the continent, to chart a new chapter in Africa's storytelling and African narrative. And they are here to change the narratives of Africa. By the way, this summit is organized by Pulse of Africa and AGA Enterprise. Gamajis, we all are very much proud of Pulse of Africa for organizing this super important continental summit, African Social Media Influencer Summit. Pulse of Africa was established, as we know, a few months ago by His Excellency, by the initiative of His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, the Prime Minister of Ethiopia. As we know, His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed is the major proponent and advocate of African unity, African transformation and African development. And based on his initiative, Pulse of Africa has been established a few months ago. And over the past few months, Pulse of Africa has done amazing jobs in terms of shaping the narratives of Africa. And now we have been enjoying, thousands of followers, subscribers in our different digital platforms, such as in YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, and so on. And we kindly ask our audience to subscribe our channels, Pulse of Africa YouTube channel, and Facebook and TikTok, our social media page. Pulse of Africa has been established, as I said, to change the skewed narratives of Africa. And Pulse of Africa, together with AGA Enterprise, have organized this amazing African Social Media Summit, and the summit is going to stay for 2 days, May 7 and May 8, 2026. And the summit has brought together various social media influencers, Facebookers, YouTubers, TikTokers, and other social media influencers, social media personalities and professionals from across Africa. For example, Tenge of Uganda is here, Wodi Maya, Delish Matthew of Namibia, Zero Brainer of Tanzania, William Last of Botswana, Adonai of Ethiopia, Brain Jota of Nigeria, and other more than, like I said, 200 social media influencers are here in Addis Ababa, and they started the summit this morning, and they have been visiting, as a part of the summit, they have been making a visit to different places, iconic places in Addis Ababa. For example, they visited Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Institute, and they also visited Gulele Injera Women Entrepreneur, and they visited also Addis Ababa's Riverside project. We know that Addis Ababa is undergoing through massive transformation, corridor development, and as a part of that, there is a Riverside development. And African social media influencers visited the Riverside development in Addis Ababa. And of course, members of Pulse of Africa are following through the development, are following through the visits of African social media influencers. And they're going to bring us videos and audios of these African social media influencers as they visited iconic places in Addis Ababa, and we're going to bring their impressions later. But for now, let us have some talk regarding the Riverside project in Addis Ababa and their visit in these iconic places.
Yes, excuse me. As you well said, the influencers are visiting very good spots in Addis Ababa. Well, all the spots, the destinations they had this morning in Addis Ababa were extraordinarily beautiful, great. And right now, later, of course, they visited Riverside Development in Addis Ababa, which is a very good thing, and especially for those possible visitors earlier, before this summit. Well, they would be very much surprised because of the Riverside development, the changes brought by this development. Well, back in the years when Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed took office, he gave a speech. He addressed MPs, Member of Parliament, which of course focused on riverside development in Addis Ababa, and he talked about the importance of riverside development, the outcome of it, especially in terms of tourism development, in terms of creating, a very clean environment where that will have, possibly a very good impact on the climate. Climate change mitigation efforts also include, making your environment, favorable for plants as well. So along the riverside, we have, plants, we have beautiful gardens, flowers, etc. And obviously, when you have more plants, you have more oxygen, and what you breathe, becomes so clean. So, well, my point is, this riverside development was initiated by Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed himself back in the years, especially 2018, 2018 to be
he ascended power.
Exactly. Yeah. And at that time, to be frank, personally, I didn't think that, this would come to a reality. And what I see right now...
the issue of riverside has never been in the mind of any of us.
Exactly.
I mean, it has been truly the initiative of His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed.
Not only that, if you just go back and try to remember what exactly was around the riverside in Addis Ababa, you see they were spots for dump. The people dump,
untidy places.
Untidy places. And when you pass by the rivers, of course, you inhale, the air, and then that gives, obviously, that gives you flu, bad flu. So the NIF, the bad smell coming from the riversides, it was unbearably painful, I would say. And now, just start from Toto up the hill from where these influencers, visited, and just take, just the river bank and just go down the stream, and then you see most of these places becoming, neat and clean. At the same time, they are being made beautiful, more beautiful than ever. And now, in all these years, in the last 7-8 years, these spots, riverside projects, beautified, not only the river banks, but also they just changed everything, like the tidiness along the riverside it's so beautiful. It's so convenient, to spend time, and it has, a variety of, implications. And as these influencers, observe the riverside development that have been taking place, in Addis Ababa, they will get, obviously very much surprised, especially those who had been to Addis Ababa earlier will be, very much surprised. And this can be, a very good model for other cities in Ethiopia as well, and the rest of Africa as well. As we have been saying since this morning, these influencers observe, the good things in Addis Ababa, and when they get back home, they will replicate, just these good things they visit, in Addis Ababa. And Riverside project is not an easy one, and obviously especially when it gets, complete 100%, this is going to be, changing the tourism landscape in Addis Ababa and in Ethiopia as well. And especially, tourists coming from different parts of the world are going to choose Ethiopia because of the riverside development projects that we are observing right now. So we just to have, a multifaceted benefit of this riverside development. For instance, as a recreation sport, you can enjoy it. At the same time, it attracts tourists from across, the country and from abroad, say from Africa and outside Africa. And especially what I love about this riverside development project is that it just made, Addis Ababa so beautiful and very much, friendly to the environment. And places that have been abandoned before are now being, becoming spots for tourists, and it has become, these spots are becoming, tourist attractions. We have, restaurants alongside the river bank. Okay, you can have, shops. You can have, people to go to these places and enjoy themselves. They can take, their children. You and I can take our children to those places, and we can enjoy. And as I said earlier, it mitigates, climate change. Addis Ababa is a city that has been, entertaining, constructions of buildings. Now buildings are being built in Addis Ababa, cutting trees. But now when you have, these additional spots, riverside developments along the river, you have, more trees planted alongside, the river. And this will increase, the amount of oxygen emitted into the atmosphere.
Yeah,
and
Addis Ababa has
comes
become,
back,
the city has become a livable city. We know the significance of Addis Ababa to the continent and to the entire world. Since the establishment of the Organization of African Unity in 1963, Addis Ababa has continued to host major events, major summits, and it has continued to be the diplomatic center and political heartbeat of the continent. Many international organizations, continental organizations, have headquartered here in Addis Ababa, and the significance of Addis Ababa is very much clear. But recently, as you said, due to the corridor development being underway in Addis Ababa, the face of Addis Ababa has absolutely been changed, and this is, of course, the reaction and the impression of many international tourists and many, domestic tourists as well. I have spoken to various ambassadors and journalists and prominent people from across Africa and from around the world, and they told me that, Addis Ababa has got a new face due to the corridor development, and it has been attracting thousands of tourists from across Africa, and it has continued to be the cultural center of Africa in recent days. I mean, much of its history, Addis Ababa has been hosting like African Union Summit and continental political summits, but recently Addis Ababa has been hosting sport events, for example. Addis Ababa has been hosting such kind of media event, for example, African Social Media Summit is the first of its kind. And it's great that Addis Ababa and the country as a whole, Ethiopia, has taken this initiative to bring together African social media influencers to chart a new chapter in Africa's storytelling. Like we said, African social media influencers who come from different parts of the continent are visiting iconic places in Africa, and now they are visiting Adwa Victory Memorial Museum. Adwa Victory Memorial Museum is also one of the iconic place in Ethiopia, in Addis Ababa, which was constructed, which was built to commemorate Ethiopian patriots who fought against Italian aggressors. When during the colonization period, when many of African nations, in fact, when all African nations had fallen under yokes of colonization, Ethiopia stood independent because of the struggle that our forefathers, that our patriot forefathers, sacrificed. Because of their sacrifice, in their bones and bloods, they wrote, bold history that preserved Ethiopia's independence, that preserved Ethiopia's sovereignty and territorial integrity. And Ethiopia has continued to be independent country. The independence of Ethiopia has a huge implication for the rest of Africans. We do remember in history, and we have learned it in history, history classes, that Ethiopia has struggled, has contributed for the independence of other African countries. Ethiopia has brought together in history different African leaders, and Ethiopian also trained fighters of different African countries. The first president of South Africa, and the famous anti-apartheid icon Mandela was also trained in Ethiopia, and Ethiopia's contribution for the liberation, political liberation of African countries is immense, and it has been written in history, and Africans never forget this, and it is because of her contribution, in fact, that the Organization of African Unity was established back in 1963 in recognition of Ethiopia's contribution for the liberation of African countries. And I'm not sure if the directors are displaying the visit of African social media influencers around the Adwa Victory Memorial Museum. And of course, we're going to get it later. But right now, exactly at this time, African social media influencers are visiting Adwa Victory Memorial Museum. That exactly depicts the history of Ethiopia, the history of Africa, the history of Africa. If you pay a visit, hope you visited Adwa Victory Memorial Museum.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you can see, you know, Ethiopians' contribution, Ethiopian leadership, the then fighters, and the then history of Adwa Victory, you know, in 1888, when Italian invaded Ethiopia, Ethiopians across different parts of the country, north to south, east to west, they gathered together and they marched to the northern tip of the country, to Adwa Mountains, to the hills and mountains of Adwa, and they fought and they made fierce struggle against Italian colonizers, and they humiliated Italian aggressors and colonizers, and that was a resounding victory for Ethiopia. And it was, of course, a devastating defeat for Italians. And that history, you know, was not, you know, preserved in the kind of museums like the Adwa Victory Memorial Museum. But recently, some few years ago, Ethiopia was able to build Adwa Victory Memorial Museum. It's a huge museum. It exactly displayed the history of Adwa Victory, how Adwa the Battle of Adwa was fought, and why Ethiopians were successful. You know, we are exactly looking the visit of African social media influencers at the Adwa Victory Memorial Museum. You can see they are going downstairs. That is exactly Adwa Victory Memorial Museum. We could see lots of things happening there at Adwa Victory Memorial Museum. In fact, this is the history of Africans. This is not only the history of Ethiopia. In fact, this is the history of Africa, the history of black people in general. You know, because of the victory of Adwa, Ethiopia is considered as a beacon of independence for Africa, for Caribbeans, and for black people around the world.
Zelalem, yes, the Ethiopian government took the initiative to build the memorial, this Adwa Museum Memorial. Well, the investment, if you just go and ask, you get surprised, really. It's a huge investment into that building, into that complex out there. It's not just a single building. And the representation of all the things you mentioned right now, the fight the Ethiopian patriots had with the Italian aggressors and other things, everything has been represented in this building, in the museum. And look, you know, Africans come from all over Africa, and then they hear the story of Adwa. And especially when they hear of the Battle of Adwa, they just find, you know, the details just in books, in history books. And the script in the history books, you know, has been in vain. I mean, there's nothing that could allow people to see exactly what happened during that battle in 1896. But the building of the museum allows, you know, any newcomer, not only any visitor, but Ethiopians themselves, to see or to remember the patriots, the horsemen, you know, the horsewomen, with their tools, with their weapons, traditional weapons, some of them, you know, holding clubs, some others, you know, guns, etc. All these are represented in various ways, you know, in that museum. So you have, just that idea of the Battle of Adwa, but unless and otherwise, you have such a museum, you find it very difficult to figure out, just the kind of battle Ethiopian patriots had with Italian aggressors at that time, exactly in 1896. So this museum, allows Africans, to come and see what it looks like to go back in history and engage in that kind of battle with Italians. And at the same time, it is a reminder, this museum is a reminder for Ethiopians and Africans that, of course, aggressors, just can be defeated. Okay, Ethiopia was, a pioneer to defeat a white superpower in recent history, and many African countries, followed to stand for their freedom after Ethiopia. And if it was not, for that victory, maybe those African countries, that came out of colonization would remain in colonization. So the significance of this museum is great as far as coming out of colonization is concerned, or defending one's sovereignty is concerned. So it's a symbol, and it's a very good model for freedom, okay? And it depicts, what exactly has been taking place during the Battle of Adwa. And it allows newcomers to visualize the kind of up and down Ethiopian patriots had gone through.
Yeah, we could see the video, the magnificent building of Adwa Victory Memorial Museum and African social media influencers.
The monuments of the generals,
yes,
the Ethiopian patriots,
yeah, the
Ethiopian that fought, during that time.
Yeah, everyone participated,
exactly,
in different ways during the struggle for independence
yes,
at the Battle of Adwa in 1888, and that was Adwa Victory Memorial Museum that was constructed to commemorate Ethiopian patriots who fought against Italian aggressors.
But one thing that I would like to mention is that if you take a close look at the monuments that you find at the museum or in the museum, of course, specifically the monuments of the generals, they just come from different ethnic backgrounds. And the ideal of Ethiopianism, just brought them together. So I would say, just the generals would come from, different backgrounds, from different ethnicity. And the idea of Ethiopia, or fighting for the freedom of Ethiopia, brought them, together. It unified them. And
exactly,
the implication of that, I would say, is that, in Ethiopia these days, well, you got a million reasons, to depart from one another, to get away from, being united. And this ideal, this common ideal, the idea of being an Ethiopian, an idea of being a freedom fighter, brought together, just those generals with different various backgrounds.
Various ethnic backgrounds.
Various ethnic
Absolutely,
backgrounds, yes.
Kemet.
So
Yeah,
it has implication for unity in Africa, and not only in Ethiopia, but also for the rest of Africa.
No doubt.
Africa is a continent with diverse culture, as even, at country level, there is a widespread diversity. And what is it that, you use to unite, Africans when they are already, diversified, in various aspects. Now, the idea of Pan-Africanism is just one thing that is depicted, very well.
All right, Kemet, yeah, you reminded me of my one of my unforgettable and memorable interview that I conducted with American writer, American historian, Professor Raymond Jonas. What made Ethiopia victorious during the Battle of Adwa was their unity, he asserted. He said that during the Battle of Adwa in 1888, Ethiopians were divided along ethnic lines. Ethiopians were diverse. I mean, they were diverse in ethnicity. More than 80 ethnic groups are here in Ethiopia, and more than 80 languages are spoken in Ethiopia. And Ethiopia is diverse in terms of religion. Muslims, Christians, and other religious followers and believers are in Ethiopia. So Ethiopia is diverse, but during the Battle of Adwa, Ethiopians were united. Ethiopians are always united against external enemies. I mean, when Ethiopia is invaded by external enemies, where Ethiopia is invaded and attacked by external aggressors, Ethiopians are always united. And this is, this has become a natural fact, not only historical. It has become a natural fact. If you see the long history of Ethiopia, thousands of history of Ethiopia, tells us that Ethiopians are always united in their freedom, in their unity, in their independence. That's why they have preserved such an independent nation for us. And it's going to be the responsibility of this generation, today's generation, to transfer such independent country to the rest of to the coming generations. And I think that's very much clear, and it's great that Ethiopia constructed and built such kind of museum where Africans can visit and learn from Ethiopian history. And one of the greatest lessons that Ethiopia can teach for other African countries is the value of unity. With unity, Ethiopia preserved independence. United, strong, and we're going to be weak when we are divided. So it's always important to preserve our unity for our independence, for our sovereignty, for our development, for our everything, for transformation. We need to preserve our unity. And Pulse of Africa has been reporting the African Social Media Influencers Summit being underway in Addis Ababa for 2 consecutive days, today and tomorrow. And we have been providing you live updates regarding the social media influencers visit to many iconic places such as Artificial Intelligence Institute of Ethiopia, the Adwa Victory Memorial Museum, and the Riverside, and other iconic places of Ethiopia. We're going to bring you other fresh updates later, but for now, let us close the morning session of African social media influencers visit to different iconic places in Addis Ababa has just been culminated, but the summit is still going on, and we're going to share you fresh perspectives and insights. Do stay with the Pulse of Africa.
Something powerful is already happening. Over 200 content creators sitting together, aligning, questioning,
deciding what Africa's digital future should actually look like.
Because this isn't just about content anymore.
It's about direction.
Millions of followers and millions of eyes.
Now moving with shared purpose.
Stories are being shaped with intention.
Narratives are being clarified.
Agendas are being defined.
Because when Africa speaks in fragments,
it gets misunderstood.
But when it moves together,
it becomes undeniable.
What's happening here doesn't stay here. It reaches the world. This is the African Social Media Influencer Summit.
Pulse of Africa.
I think with that being said, people now, they don't see Africa as how they used to see it then. Remember back then, people used to think when you come from overseas, when you come to Africa, it's thousands of men holding your plane. So with our content, I think our responsibility has been showing people from overseas or whatever of how Africa